ATM, requesting the postponement of his motion of no confidence in the President of the Republic, scheduled for debate and decision later today. The Honourable Member, can I please finish? The Honourable Member requested the postponement on the basis that the ATM has launched an application before the Western Cape High Court to review and set aside my decision to decline the party's request for a vote on the motion by secret ballot. I have looked at the rules and I have decided to postpone the debate and the vote on the motion pending the conclusion of the court application by the ATM. I agreed to the postponement, among other things, in the light of a similar arrangement made in 2017 when the Speaker's decision on the matter of a secret ballot was taken on review. In that instance, the motion of no confidence was postponed until the court had made a determination. In the current matter, there was also limited time to consult with the program committee in respect of the request of the Honourable Zungula. Honourable members, I must state that though the motion for the postponement was made, it is set against, can I rephrase myself? Honourable members, I must state, though, that the motion of a postponement, the notion of a postponement of a motion of this nature is against the withdrawal of a motion in terms of Rule 128 is a matter that I believe requires deliberation at the level of the program committee. The reason I believe is that it needs to be discussed is the effect that such a motion has in terms of blocking similar motions from being moved. Thus, the program committee needs to make a final determination regarding how matters of this nature must be handled into the future. So I am expecting that this matter will serve before the programming committee to find the space for it. Thank you very much. There is a member on the floor. You have the floor, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, thanks very much for the report back. The ANC, we were ready for this motion. And I'm certain that even if you bring back on the 25th of December, we'll still be ready.
As I believe not on the 25th is my birthday of December. The Honourable Steenhuisen.
You're going to be very shocked, Honourable Koda. You're going to be very shocked.
Honourable Shibambo, we did not recognize you. We have recognized Honourable Steenhuisen on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like the Honourable Kodwa, we came to the House today prepared for this motion, and we were hoping that our abstinence would make the President's heart stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other party wishing to make a comment?
Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Singh, take the floor.
Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, we want to thank you for keeping us abreast of developments, although we did note what happened through media this morning. But I think getting an official announcement from you is the proper way to conduct the business of this House. And we accept the challenge that this matter be discussed at the Programming Committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Singh. Honourable De Kangstock, control your mic. Honourable Swart, you are recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. From the ACDP's perspective, we also understand the dilemma that you were faced with. We were also prepared to participate in the debate. The issue, which is quite interesting, is an urgent application being brought to court almost the night before the hearing, which is regrettable given the fact that the member knew that the motion was on the order paper some time ago. And I think the other challenge is going to be should in February, should there still be a similar lockdown, how the provisions will be applied, but let's leave that to the court and to the programming committee as you decided. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ntate Swart. Is there any other party?
Thank you very much, Honorable
Yes,
Speaker.
yes.
Honorable Shivambo, you have the floor now.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Like, we are of the view that what the programming committee should discuss is the logistics of casting a secret ballot, if ever it's granted. I think that we must be proactive in the manner in which we prepare ourselves as Parliament. I don't think it must be very difficult for the presiding officers to grant the request for secret ballot if it is requested. If you're confident about the unity of your organization and the unity of your public representatives, there can't be any difficulty in terms of granting the secret ballot request, but we need to then discuss what are the most effective options in terms of casting of secret ballot if it later on gets to be granted, even whether it's through a court or through a decision internally. We must be ready for that so that we're able to vote for or against a president whenever there's a request for secret ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndate Shivambo. The matter is before the court.
Thank you very
And the
much.
matter that is before the court is that in the last decision of the court on this particular matter, the court had not interfered with the right and the authority of the Speaker to make a decision whether to be a secret ballot or to be an open ballot. So we leave it at that. The reason we are referring the matter to the program committee is that whatever rearrangements will have to be considered by the NAPC, simple for practical reasons and to make sure that there are no matters that fall between the cracks because suddenly we must reschedule this matter. So thank you very much. Is there any other party that wants to talk on this?
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker,
I will recognize you, Ndate Sheikh. I have a member on the floor. I will recognize you immediately thereafter. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As African Independent Congress, we're 100% ready for this motion. But if the case or the matter is before the court, we agree that it is up to the care, that it should be postponed. Then we'll be still ready for the motion as it comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Sheikh Imam.
thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for clearing the air and explaining to us in detail what the position is. I think, first of all, allow me to express our disappointment because I think the A team were aware of this motion for a very, very long time, and if they needed to address this matter in terms of secret ballot, then they ought to have done it timelessly. However, let me reiterate, the National Freedom Party is ready for this motion today. It did not even have to prepare for it, and it's also ready if you want to have it on Sunday at any time as well. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. If that is all, Honorable Members, I would be happy to close this matter and allow the NAPC, as soon as it is ready, to interact with this, not to determine how I take the decision, but to determine the scheduling of the motion. Honorable Member, the first item on the order paper is the motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party. You are in the chamber, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The motion is ifuna. There's my striker. Honorable Speaker, I hereby move that this House extend the deadline by which the other committee to introduce legislation amending Section 25 of the Constitution has to complete its task by 31st March 2021 as against 31st of December 2020 as it was previously agreed. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. I now put the motion. Are there any objections to this motion? None whatsoever.
Yes, Speaker.
You are
from the
recognized,
EFF.
Honorable
Mkalipi.
Honorable Mkalipi, please take the floor.
Yes, please record the objection of the EFF on the basis that there was no proper consultation on this issue, Speaker.
The objection of the EFF is noted. Is there any other party that wishes to object? None. The objections is noted and the motion is agreed to. The second motion on the other paper is a motion also in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move that the House should note that the rules of the Political Office Bearers Pension Fund require that after general elections, members of the National Assembly must elect 4 members as trustees and 4 members as alternates to serve on the board of trustees of the fund, provided that 2 trustees and 2 alternates are members of the majority party and the remaining 2 trustees and 2 alternates are from amongst members of the minority parties. 2, further notes that the National Assembly elected 8 representatives on the 3rd of December 2019, but that the rules governing the pension fund has since been revised, which will require the National Assembly to re-elect members. I therefore move that this House nominates from the majority party Honorable Ms. M.G. Buroto, who is an MP, as well as Ms. J.M. Mufukeng, who is an MP, as trustees, and Mr. I.K. Murolong, MP, to be alternates together with Ms. L.F. Shabalala. Further nominates from the minority parties, Dr. D.T.G. George, MP, and Dr. C.P. Melda, MP, as trustees, and Ms. Sukers, MP, and Mr. Sin, MP, as alternates. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. I now put the motion. Are there any objections to this motion? We agree.
Yes, Speaker.
The Honorable Mkalipe,
We
you
are
have the floor.
Yes, Speaker, we are objecting on the fact that this was not properly consulted with all political parties.
The objection of the EFF is noted. Is there any other party that wishes to object? None. The motion is carried, noting the objection of the EFF. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs on the Local Government Municipal Systems Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move that this House adopts this report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The motion is that this report be adopted. Are there any objections? None. Are there any objections? None. Agreed to. The second order of the day. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Second reading debate, Local Government Municipal Systems Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. I now wish to invite the Honorable A.F. Mutambi to open the debate. The Honorable Mutambi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. The Local Government Municipal Systems Amendment Bill, B2 of 2019, follows the enactment of the Municipal Systems Amendment Act of 2011, to which the President acceded on 5th July 2011. In the matter between the South African Municipal Workers Union versus the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Constitutional Court delivered the judgment dated 9 March 2017.
Honorable
which
Mutembi,
declared...
please. Honorable Mutembi, please hold. Is Honorable Chibip of the majority?
Yes, Chair. I think Honorable member has not put his camera correctly. If he can sit up straight, we can't see her properly.
Honorable Mutembi, you did hear what is said in the chamber. Can you please do whatever your chief whip tells you? And can we proceed with your input, please, ma'am? Honorable Mutembi, you have the floor. Honorable
Thank
Mutembi.
you, Speaker. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I hope
you are
better.
okay, ma'am. Please proceed. I can see you clearly.
Thank you so much. I was still saying that in the matter between SAMU and the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Constitutional Court delivered the judgment on the 9th of March 2017, which declared the Amendment Act unconstitutional as set out in Section 76 of the Constitution. Parliament then took it as a Section 75 instead of Section 76 bill. The Constitutional Court suspended the order of invalidity for 24 months to allow the correction of the procedural defects. This led to the introduction of the current bill, the Local Government Municipal Systems Amendment Bill, which the Speaker referred to our committee on the 6th of February 2019. In accordance with the process prescribed in Rule 286 of the Rules of the National Assembly, the committee afforded interested persons and institutions an opportunity to comment on the bill. This was in the form of stakeholder engagement that took place between the 26th and the 27th of February 2019, which afforded interested parties and institutions a minimum period of 3 weeks to prepare their inputs. The stakeholder engagement therefore considered contribution from the Western Cape Department of Local Government, Gauteng Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs, Mpumalanga Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Eastern Cape Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, as well as the South African Local Government Association, representing the views of 257 municipalities. The object of the bill were of direct importance to the business of these stakeholders. The suspended period of invalidity lapsed on the 9th of March 2019 before the correction of the defects, and the Amendment Act therefore became invalid. There was an application to the Constitutional Court for the condemnation of non-compliance with its order of 9 March 2017, and the extension of the 24-month period of the suspension of the declaration of the constitutional invalidity was ordered. Between the bill's revival on 29 October 2019 and the first committee 16 of the 26 February 2020 to consider the stakeholder input, there was a window period of nearly 4 months for interested persons to an institution to make further submissions on the bill. The Portfolio Committee therefore considered further inputs on the bill as follows. On the 26th of February 2020 and on the 4th of March 2020, the committee received oral written inputs from the Eastern Cape Provincial Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, the South African Local Government Association, and the Western Cape Department of Cooperative Governance. Finally, on the 5th of June 2020 and the 25th of June 2020, the committee has also had further submission from the South African Local Government Association and the National Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. This submission sought to provide evidence to the effect that there was a degree of professionalization in the local government following the introduction of the clause relating to the limitation of political rights of municipal managers and managers directly accountable to the municipal manager. This limitation, Honorable Speaker, was demonstrably the least restrictive means of achieving local government professionalization and arguably justifiable in terms of Section 36 of the Constitution, and will therefore pass the constitutional muster as we have sought legal opinions to that effect. Indeed, the most important provision in the bill relates to the prohibition of municipal officials from holding political offices. The committee had agreed to extend this provision to all staff in the employ of the municipality on the realization that even relatively junior staff members can wield political power into the administrative affairs of the municipality. All the political parties represented in the portfolio committee unanimously agreed that this amendment is necessary to the professionalization of the local government and that it is in the best interest that the communities we are elected to represent. The passing of the bill will also enable us as Parliament to claw back the gains lost following the invalidation of the amendments introduced in 2011 by the Constitutional Court Order of the 8th of March 2019. This includes the invalidation of the provision relating to the powers of the MECs to intervene in questionable municipal staff appointments, which made it difficult for the legislatures to hold the MECs accountable for these questionable appointments. At this juncture, Honorable Speaker, the question of skills and qualification is very critical, such that the committee has agreed to extend the requirement for the requisite skills, competencies, and qualification to even to the acting Section 56 managers. This should inculcate a culture of hiring qualified personnel regardless of the nature of the appointments. A final amendment of note, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member, is in respect of affording the municipal councils discretion to appoint Section 56 managers on a fixed or permanent basis in consultation with the mayor or the executive committee, following a recommendation by the municipal manager. This has been the practice along the majority of committee members as everybody has agreed to maintain the status quo because the evidence presented to the committee was not conclusive as to whether fixed-term appointments are advantageous over permanent appointments or vice versa. The bill is merely making the status quo more explicit with emphasis on the discretion of the municipal council as to guard against the misunderstanding and misuse of powers by municipal managers in respect of the managers directly accountable to them. On behalf of our committee, one wish to extend a heartfelt appreciation to all stakeholders who participated diligently in the processing of this bill to ensure that the committee crafts a bill that responds effectively to the current realities of our municipal systems. This also includes all the institutions mentioned earlier, as well as committee members themselves, the state law advisor, our parliamentary legal advisors, and the committee support staff. I hereby present the bill for consideration by the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mutembi. I now call on the Honorable Brunk.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. If passed into law, this Municipal Systems Amendment Bill will prohibit all municipal employees from holding elected or appointed office in the structures of a political party. To the DA, this is the most important provision in the bill and a victory in the much larger fight against cadre deployment. The 2011 Amendment Act, which this bill will replace, had a similar political office ban, but that ban only applied to municipal managers and their direct reports. Section 71, capital B of this bill goes much farther, and credit is due to the SA Local Government Association for pushing for this. The bill also has a clearer definition of political office holders. So if you are a member of a decision-making body of a political party, elected or co-opted, then you cannot be employed as an engineer, a planner, a plumber, or even a general worker of a municipality. When the Minister of Cooperative Governance recently told municipalities to appoint the right cadres for the job, this bill says that you can either be a politician or a municipal official, but you can't be both. The DA believes that this limitation of political rights is reasonable and justifiable in the open society envisaged by our Constitution. A professional, apolitical public service is not a nice-to-have, it is a constitutional imperative. Competent municipal officials, people appointed on their ability to do the job, who stay out of politics, make the difference often between a boom town and a backwater town. Or to use a practical example, the difference between neighboring Midvaal and Mfuleni. Municipalities will have a year to ensure compliance with the political office ban, but the provisions of the bill also has implications indirectly for political parties. The policy of cadre deployment, of appointing agents of the ANC into technical and managerial positions in the public service, has destroyed the service delivery ability of the country's municipalities. There is no way that municipalities can meet the development needs of communities if they only draw their officials from the membership of the ANC or any one political party. Restrictive employment practices such as cadre deployment, as well as race-based employment equity plans, have shrunk the pool of talent available to municipalities. In 2007, a third of municipalities did not have a single civil engineer on their payroll, and a decade later, little had changed. After spending decades repelling qualified professionals, municipalities now struggle to fill even well-paying jobs. To change this will require bold reform. Local government needs all the technical and managerial talent it can recruit, regardless of politics or color. All the talent, because the development needs of communities are too big to be a factional project. This bill is but one such bold reform and the result of cross-party agreement. It will not end cadre deployment in municipalities overnight, but it can help delegitimize the practice and nudge parties in municipalities in the right direction. It sets an important precedent for the entire public service. The DA supported the 2011 version of this Amendment Act with reservations back then. We were worried about the wide-ranging powers given to the National Minister and that it could be used to undermine the constitutional autonomy of local government. As this bill revives most of the provisions of the 2011 law, our concern remains. But we also have to note how strikingly ineffective successive COGTA ministers have been in using their power to improve governance and services in municipalities. How, for example, were officials involved in VBS deposits allowed to resign from their jobs and seek promotion at other municipalities despite the power of the minister in terms of Section 57(a) of the Systems Act to keep a watch list of these officials? What COGTA lacks is not ministerial power, but political will. In many ways, the department responsible for holding up a mirror to municipalities and provinces is itself dysfunctional, receiving this year an unqualified audit report after 2 successive audit disclaimers. Our sincere advice to the Minister is that before she rolls out another grand local government turnaround scheme, she should get her own department in order. Speaker, the DA supports this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Brunk. We now give the floor to the Honorable Mkalipi. Ma'am Kalipi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, our municipalities have been sites of high contestation in this country because of the opportunities they provide for the unqualified, corrupt scum of this country to get access to municipal resources for selfish, personal, and enrichment purposes. Municipal appointments of functionaries done on the basis of political positions or even membership of political parties in power have eroded the capacity of municipalities to deliver service regularly, efficiently, and in a manner that satisfies citizens. Today, the Office of the Auditor General tells us that this year, only 21 municipalities out of 267 have achieved a clean audit. More than 1 billion was spent on consultants alone and over 32 billion in irregular expenditure, and there is no explanation on this. All this and the cries for the services from our people is a direct consequence of the lack of professionalization of municipal employment. The Municipal System Amendment Bill was meant to eliminate some of these problems and ensure that we have a local government system that is professional and not used as a dumping ground for unskilled, talentless, and corrupt political appointments. We welcome the provision in the bill that outlaws the appointment of political office bearers in municipalities. This will at least ensure that municipal positions are not filled by incompetent branch and regional leaders of political parties governing municipalities. We also welcome the stringent provisions for the appointment of managers reporting directly to the municipal manager. We are particularly pleased with the stringent set of skills requirements for these positions, and the fact that appointments do not meet these requirements can be declared penal and void. We are, however, not happy that the committee refused to our proposal as EFF that managers reporting directly to the municipal managers ought to be employed on a permanent basis. The bill leaves this up to the municipal councils to make the decision about whether or not managers reporting to municipal managers should be appointed on a permanent basis. We think that is wrong, Speaker, to leave this loophole, and will create problems for municipal governance in future. One of the problems we face with municipal management at the moment is the high turnover of senior staff members who lack job security within municipalities and therefore look for opportunities elsewhere. When they leave with institutional memory, and this creates a permanent problem within municipalities wherein managers have to be inducted every 5 years. Municipal appointments should not necessarily be aligned with that of political office bearers. Municipal employees are there to serve the public regardless of which party is in power. This is one of the most critical things for us as the EFF, and everyone employed in our municipalities must have a sense of job security, from cleaners, security guard, law enforcement, up to managers reporting to the municipal manager. With the right kind of leadership, this kind of employment regime will stabilize municipalities and ensure that services are delivered and that there is accountability. Because of this, we reject this bill, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Mkalipi. We now invite the Honorable B.N. Lutuli to take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. The IFP hold the opinion that viability of the municipality is vital to the success of the local government system. Municipalities should not only be financially viable, but ensure that they are capable of the service delivered. This demands the professional staffing, strategic planning, and adequate resources. This interplay between these two cannot be underemphasized. Financial viability and service is only achieved through the competence, hard work, and ethically staffing. Honorable members, the amendment we have agreed upon are encouraged. It is laid down a legislative path towards further professionalization and regulation of the public sector. Furthermore, it highlights the importance of the provinces enforcing and monitoring role in the municipality. It demands that provincial government cooperates with their municipality counterpart to strengthen and support the local municipalities. In recent months, numerous reports have been emerged of the municipality managers, and they are underlined engaging in the rapid corruption, fraud, and ethically behavior. Many of our municipalities are insolvent and having been placed under the administration due to the incompetence and malice. The amendment directly ensure that managers position the necessary processes necessary, skills, expertise, competency, and qualification is commendable. By requiring that post be advised across the country will be hopeful and ensure that the most capable talent is recruited. However, honorable managers, honorable members, and amendment that prohibit the managers from holding political office in the political parties will make a great progress in curbing the CAPLA deployment. For far too long, municipalities have been a piggyback of the ruling party, CAPLA's deployment being utilized to settle functional fight within the party. With our municipality being the last up and assigned for the most egregious of the individual in the party.
Siyathokoza baba.
Public servants.
Isikhathi sakho siphelile. Siyabonga. Your time has expired, honorable member. We now call upon the Honorable Dinner.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the amendments contained in this bill, however long overdue, are necessary to professionalise and address certain shortcomings in local government. The Constitutional Court found in 2017 already that the Municipal Systems Amendment Act of 2011 was unconstitutional and invalid and gave this Parliament 2 years to rectify it. The deadline set by the Concord lapsed on the 9th of March 2019. Nobody in this House can with a clear conscience state that local government has not completely failed. It has failed through collapsed and deteriorating infrastructure, outstanding debt to Eskom and water boards, bloated salary bills, little to no service delivery, pollution of water sources, financial mismanagement, corruption and incompetence, to name but a few examples. And the people of South Africa are suffering because of these failures. We welcome the amendments, especially the political office ban on officials, not only senior managers, but all municipal officials being banned from holding political office. That will be the starting point to putting an end to cadre deployment. Ons verwelkom dit, aangesien die ANC se beleid van kaderontplooiing grootliks vir die mislukking van plaaslike regering verantwoordelik is. Persone word aangestel in posisies op grond van hulle politieke bande en affiliasies en nie op grond van vaardigheid, kennis en bewese ondervinding en kundigheid nie. The FF Plus supports this amendment bill, but Speaker, it must be noted that no amount of legislation will rectify the current degree of mismanagement and collapse of local government. We already have good legislation in place, especially in terms of municipal finance management, probably the best in the world. But the implementation and compliance with this legislation is the problem. As daar nie gevolge vir die oortreding van wetgewing en regulasies is nie, sal hierdie wetgewing nie help nie. If local government and local councils do not enforce legislation and act decisively against transgressors, it will not help at all. What is still lacking are clear regulations that prevent municipal officials who have been dismissed from one municipality merely being appointed at another. I think you call it redeployment. It should have been and is obvious to everyone, except it seems to the ANC, that municipal officials should not be involved in political office, should not be cadres, and should be appointed on the basis of merit and not their ties to the ruling party. Maar nou het ons wetgewing nodig omdat die ANC se baantjies vir boeties besterker is as enige logika en belangriker is as die belange van die mense van Suid-Afrika. While hard-working South Africans are paying rates and taxes, those rates and taxes are not being spent in their favour. It is not being used to pay for water and electricity to ensure supply of these basic necessities to our communities. Take Mangaung, for example, that once again is now in a battle with the water board because the municipality repeatedly fails to pay its Bloem water account, and the people are suffering. Chair, or Speaker rather, it is unacceptable that municipal rates and taxes are increased annually while service delivery and value for money decreases year on year. We need a new dispensation, a new model for local government, with smaller municipalities who can deliver services, where there are competent officials and the political will to deliver value for money. Honourable Speaker, let me summarise this in a clear way. If I go to McDonald's, where President Ramaphosa has or had shares, who knows, and I pay for a Big Mac, but I don't receive the Big Mac that I paid for, I will not pay for it again. Keep that in mind if you choose to continue down this path. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dana, on that Big Mac point. We now invite the Honourable Thrung.
Honourable Speaker, the ACDP is aware that on the 9th of March 2017, the Constitutional Court confirmed a decision of the High Court which had declared the Local Government Municipal Systems Amendment Act of 2011 unconstitutional and entirely invalid. The amendment, in the process of its enactment, had wrongly followed the procedure laid out in Section 75 of the Constitution instead of the appropriate procedure under Section 76. The court confirmed this invalidity in the case of the South African Municipal Workers Union versus the Minister of Cooperative and others. The Amendment Act largely sought to regulate public administration at the local government sphere on two levels, namely on the level of municipal managers and municipal managers directly accountable to municipal managers directly accountable to the municipal manager and on municipal staff generally. However, the last Parliament had considered the new amendment bill was dissolved ahead of the general elections held on the 8th of May 2019, while the bill was still undergoing stakeholder engagement. However, while adopting the dissolution motion, the National Assembly voted to suspend the application of this rule with respect to the bills that were before it. Now, the new bill has several amendments which define what a political office means, prescriptions on appointed acting municipal managers, the role of the municipality in the appointment of senior management staff, the contracting process of municipal managers and the terms of employment. The council determines the type of contract managers and reports to the municipal manager receive, whether it's permanent or fixed terms, that staff members are prohibited from holding political office. Now, as we consider this amendment bill and move towards a professional civil service, the ACDP is the only political party that I know of that has called for a cap to be placed on the remuneration of municipal managers and other senior managers, some of whom in category 10 municipalities can earn more than the President of South Africa, while their municipalities lie in rack and ruin. Honourable Speaker, one of the key intentions of the Municipal Systems Act, this amendment, is to provide for core principles, mechanisms, and processes that are necessary to enable municipalities to move progressively towards the social and economic upliftment of local communities and to ensure universal access to essential services that are affordable to all. It is in this spirit that the ACDP supports this amendment bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Thrym. The Honorable Imam, Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The National Freedom Party welcomes the amendment that is tabled here. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, this amendment is long overdue. It's a very important legislation. But I must say that, you know, corruptors in South Africa are so skilled in what they do that even though we're going to put this legislation in place, they will still manipulate the system. You know, I had the opportunity, Honorable Speaker, of meeting a municipal manager. And I promise you, Honorable Speaker, if you asked him for an invoice or a receipt, he will look everywhere, even underneath the seat of his car. But he was, and he still won't find it. But he was a municipal manager for 5 years. Why? It is simply because of his link to a political party. Now, the National Freedom Party has repeatedly said, Honorable Speaker, that corruption starts on the ground. And a lot of this corruption starts by the appointment of these municipal managers by political parties. I mean, soon you'll hear of something else. Let me not take that away now. But it is these municipal managers that are appointed, these directors that are appointed, these CFOs that are appointed, and political parties have a role in appointing them. And that is why we believe there needs to be an independent body responsible to employ all officials in all government structures throughout the country. In that way, you'll go a long way in ensuring you're employing people with the capacity, the necessary skills, and the highest level of integrity. However, we believe that this legislation will help. Indeed, it is long overdue. We welcome it, but we believe a lot more needs to be done to ensure that we have credible municipal managers and officials employed in all structures throughout the government of the state. Thank you. The National Freedom Party supports.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now welcome the Honorable B.M. Hadebe.
Now, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't think I will be doing justice if I don't deal with this tendency of an organization led by Benny and Betty with insufficient fund, insufficient superior logic, bringing to us frivolous, spurious, misguided, cantankerous, and non-composmentos motion of no confidence. The next thing, they chicken out. We must send a very clear and unequivocal message to them, secret ballot or not. They cannot win in these chambers that which they have failed to win on the ground. They think this is a shell road to fame or gem alley. We were and we are ready for them. They will be clobbered. Now let me deal with EFF's reasoning for rejecting this bill. They are saying they are rejecting this bill because the portfolio committee refused that managers reporting directly to the MM should be employed permanently. Our rejection is only constitutional, as per section 151, subsection 2 of the Constitution states that the executive and legislative authority of municipality is vested in its municipal council. So the issue of employment of executive staff is vested in the municipal council, and there's nothing prohibiting municipal council from employing this manager permanently if they so wish. Therefore, the bill does not prohibit such. In essence, EFF reasoning and logic does not hold. The African National Congress believes that the Municipal Systems Amendment Bill B2 2019 will immeasurably contribute to the attainment of the objectives of local government as enshrined in Chapter 7 of the Constitution of the Republic. Section 57A of the Municipal Systems Act is substituted, providing that staff members of any municipality who has been dismissed for misconduct may only be re-employed in any municipality after the expiry period as prescribed. The proposed substitution further provides that the staff member dismissed for financial misconduct contemplated in the Municipal Finance Management Act for corruption or fraud may not be re-employed for a period of 5 years. ANC believes this bill will assist in terms of providing democratic, accountable government for local communities and ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner as envisaged by the communities. In the end, the correct implementation of this bill will afford South Africa with the required human capabilities, institutional capacity, service process, and technological platforms to deliver the National Development Plan through social contract with the people. The local government sphere needs administration that can promote social economic development in local communities. Furthermore, it requires administration that encourages the involvement of communities and community organizations in matters of local government. Honorable Speaker, despite significant gains over the past decades, the sphere of local government has sadly regressed in the latter years due to the number of factors, including but not limited to structural, systematic challenges, as well as poor performance in key areas of responsibilities, resulting in the polarization of communities. ANC believes this piece of legislation will put an end to the resource contestation, which compounded by poor leadership and oversight by council, which also led to political infighting and instabilities, thus partially leading to deteriorating quality of services to communities. The amended bill seeks to reinforce the level of trust in the institution of local government, which has been tainted by allegation of nepotism and corruption. ANC strongly believes the bill will strengthen the capacity of local government in relation to financial skills, technical skills, especially those rural areas who find it difficult to attract the requisite skills owing to where they are located and because of not having a budget to attract such a skill. The bill will further attract young professionals with requisite skills to understand that non-compliance in the rules and regulation, particularly in the supply chain management, will lead to adverse audit outcomes. Lack of financial management discipline in our municipality often results in unfunded budgets and low levels of revenue generation capacity, consequently leading to financial non-viability. The amendment bill will assist in minimizing challenges of political administrative interference where role clarification is ignored and perceived job insecurities, which often lead to blurring of the two roles. Repeatedly, governance failure, poor financial administration, and service delivery weakens have led to the provinces invoking Section 139 intervention in municipalities with uneven levels of success. Some interventions did not lead to any improvement, largely because of incorrect diagnosis, inappropriate intervention, indecisiveness to deal with the root cause, lack of resource and capacity, ineffective political oversight, as well as application of intervention that inconsistently with the appropriate legislation. During 2017-2018 financial year, the Auditor General identified 48 municipalities that required specific intervention for the national and provincial.
My phone.
Honorable Mkhalipe, please manage your mic. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you. During 2017 and 2018 financial year, the Auditor General identified 48 municipalities that required special intervention from national and provincial role players based on the audit outcomes. The number included some of the municipalities which the audit outcomes were outstanding at the cutoff date of the submission. Having said all of the above, the ANC believes South Africa can only win this battle on Section 139 intervention by passing pieces of legislation that reinforce constitutional role of local government. Such Municipal Systems Amendment Bill B2 2019, which seeks to change the face of local government by employing people with requisite skills, far from political influence, who will deal firmly, decisively with corruption and hence good governance in local spheres of government. In conclusion, ANC believes that this Municipal Systems Amendment Bill will address political infighting, instabilities, and enhance professional and ethical administration in municipalities. The bill will also reinforce human resource system and enforce compliance with recommendations, regulation, and compliance required. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now call upon the Honorable Hussein.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I want to say firstly that I think that this is indeed a historical day for this House. For decades now, we have had a system that we commonly refer to as cadre deployment, which has caused untold damage to good governance, especially in municipalities across our country. Today it comes to an end. Well, we hope it does, because like many other pieces of legislation that we pass in this House, often the failure to implement becomes the root cause of the problems that we experience in municipalities and government. We do hope that the provisions of this bill will be implemented with courage and closely monitored in order for us to achieve that intended outcome of putting an end to cadre deployment. Speaker, during the deliberations on this bill, we heard about how in many municipalities, senior officials like the municipal manager, for example, was unable to hold his own junior staff accountable or act against them for poor performance, because many of them held senior political office positions in the ANC. And as a result, some officials just did as they pleased because they had the protection of their political principles. There is a serious problem of lack of consequence management in local government, and cadre deployment, to a large extent, was one of those contributing factors that made the situation worse. Hopefully, with the passing of this bill today, we will see the situation turn around. The other area of concern for us, Honourable Speaker, is the high turnover of senior managers in local government. Senior managers who report to the municipal manager are currently on fixed-term contracts, and often after every election, almost the entire structure gets replaced. This does pose a problem for continuity and long-term sustainability in municipalities. It takes sometimes many of these senior managers a few years to establish some sense of control and introduce change processes, and before they even know it, their term of office has expired. It's for this reason many municipalities are struggling with a serious lack of skills. The politicians also take advantage of their vulnerable positions and threaten to replace them if they don't do as they're told. This is one of the key contributing factors to the high levels of irregular and wasteful expenditure, as well as fraud and corruption in municipalities. These senior officials know that if they don't help the corrupt politicians, their contracts won't be renewed. This is why the DA would prefer that senior officials are appointed on a fixed-term contract so that they may exercise their duties without any fear or favor. Even Salga agreed with our views on this aspect of the bill. Unfortunately, we did not succeed in achieving this change in the bill. We do, however, remain hopeful that in the future, our colleagues in the COCTA portfolio will see the value in our argument. It took government over 10 years to see the value of our arguments about the consequences of cadre deployment. Fortunately, we bring it to an end today. Notwithstanding this, Honourable Speaker, the DA wishes to thank all members of the Portfolio Committee for their unanimous support for bringing an end to cadre deployment. I also want to thank the Portfolio Chairperson for accommodating the views of members of the opposition. We appreciate the majority that she has demonstrated. It's encouraging that across all political parties, there was support to bring an end to this practice once and for all. Hopefully, going forward, this bill will contribute towards better governance in municipalities across our country. I thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Can we have Honourable Direko? I don't see the paper.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think the FF is so opportunistic in its approach to this debate, but we don't have an opportunity to run any municipality. And they're still nursing their wounds after being rejected by the masses of our people during the past local government elections. Hence, they will reject this bill because they don't understand the importance of this bill in transforming the local government. And secondly, Chair, Honourable Hussein forgot to indicate that we are having the challenges of service delivery and economic development in our local government because of the screw apparently special planning, of which some of his family members were beneficiaries of. So today he has the nerve to come here and begin the development on it.
Oh my goodness.
The critical provision in Local Government Municipal System Act, Municipal System Amendment Bill 2 of 2019 relates to the banning of municipal officials from holding political office in order to avoid challenges of political interference and instability in our municipalities. The amendment is also giving the Municipal Council discretion to appoint Section 56 managers on a fixed contract or also on a permanent basis basics in consultation with the executive mayor or executive committee, following the recommendations by the municipal managers. The reason why it should be discussion of the council is because we understand, because we are the government in power, so we understand that the municipalities differ from one another. Hence, it is important to give them this opportunity to decide on themselves, because they understand their challenges more than us. The power to appoint municipal managers is currently contained in Section 82 of the Local Government Act 1998, Act number 117 of 1998, whilst the corresponding power in relation to the other senior managers and municipal staff in general is dealt with in the Systems Act. Out of consideration of consistency relating to staff appointments, the bill now transfers the appointment power of municipal managers and acting municipal managers to the Systems Act. A new provision now for the minister to determine, by regulating or through guidelines, criteria in relation to skills, expertise, competency, and qualifications for the appointment of the person to the post of manager directly accountable to the municipal manager. The bill also proposed that an appointment should be null and void should the person not meet the criteria of having the necessary skills, expertise, and qualifications. It also proposed that the same procedure applicable appointment of municipal manager be followed for the appointment of managers directly accountable to the municipal managers. Having alluded to that, the ANC believes that passing and implementation of this bill will enhance good governance, good human resource management, and career development practices, and also maximize the human potentials in the institutions. This will do away with political meddling on administration affairs, as it led to instabilities in some of the municipalities. The ANC recommits itself in building the local government that is underpinned on a standard of professional values, and so local government that enables efficient, economic, and effective use of the resources, where transparency is fostered with the objective to provide the public timely and accurate information. The ANC firmly believes that the public administration must be broadly representative of South African people with and personal management practice, ability, objective fairness, and the need for the imbalances of the past to achieve a broad representative. The bill is also mandates municipalities to be responsive to the needs of the local communities, facilitate a culture of public service and accountability among staff, and take measures to prevent corruption. Professionalism of local government will reinforce capabilities in the following areas: knowledge and skills, financial management, good governance and accountability, infrastructure, operational, and ICT. One of the fundamental functions of the municipality is to mobilize resources to meet its developmental challenges and manage long-term social and economic change. It is for this piece of like municipal systems amendment that capable digital state with autonomy, the political factions is best placed to respond to the challenges and also pushes the opportunities for the development in the institutions. The ANC affirms its commitment in building local government that is effectively coordinated with skilled public servants who are committed to public good and capable of delivering high-quality services while prioritizing our people. However, the ANC also acknowledges the challenges that exist in the spheres of local government, such as corruption, the tension in the political administrative interface, instability in administrative leadership, lack skills, and also poor quality or poor service delivery. Efficient and effective developmental oriented public sector only exists when this piece of legislation is passed and implemented. The passing of this bill in return will contribute in building a capable state with a developmental and transformative role. The sphere of local government must make a radical shift to correct previous mistakes, improve on its performance, necessary impact on society. The app can only be if our public servants can embrace behaviors that is underpinned on the constitutional values and principles. Our society is yearning for public servants with high level of adherence to the rule of law and focus on the progressive realization of socio-economic rights and so. The ANC appreciate that the passing of this bill will also enable stakeholders to reclaim their gains following the invitation amendment introduced in 2011 by the Constitutional Court order. This includes the invalidation of the provision relating to the powers of the MEC to intervene in questionable municipal staff appointments, which made it difficult for the legislation to hold MEC accountable for this questionable appointment. The ANC can attest that the portfolio of received oral and written inputs from the relevant and different stakeholders. Thank you, Chairperson.
We now call on the Honorable Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Honorable Tau.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Today marks our country's 20-year celebration of democratic local government, a bittersweet moment in our history of liberation. Bitter because we have traveled through the thorny bushes of apartheid, which by design began the geographic, institutional, and social separation at the local sphere. Segregation was already a policy by the time apartheid was introduced in 1948. The Group Areas Act of 1966 was the key piece of apartheid legislation that instituted strict residential segregation and compulsory removal of Black people into group areas as they were defined. Through spatial separation, influx control, and a policy of own management for own areas, apartheid aimed to limit the extent which affluent white municipalities would bear the financial burden of servicing disadvantaged Black areas. Today, we collectively agree that local government is tackling by the three challenges that hamper its development, and these are governance, financial management, and administration as the first. Secondly, the systemic issues around powers and functions and the fiscal framework. And thirdly, non-viable municipalities due to apartheid spatial planning. Honorable House Chair, through the adoption of the Constitution and the White Paper on local government, our intention was to rebuild a democratic local government that is inclusive, interactive, and transparent. To ensure that this takes place, we accepted that the White Paper on local government, and I quote, is the expression of the belief that our decentralization of a special type can work. South Africa has developed a unique form of decentralization in the context of the creation of three spheres which are required to govern in a cooperative manner. Actually implementing the policies contained in this paper will take a supreme effort, tremendous resilience, and constructive participation of all role players. It will require our participation and rolling up our sleeves, our acting like citizens as opposed to mere atomized consumers of municipal services. It will require very specific commitment and effort from national and provincial government, and not in the least from councillors and administrators within local government close call. It is a sweet moment, Honorable House Chair, because we have transformed the lives of many people in South Africa. We have ensured that basic service delivery takes place through wall-to-wall municipalities. We have created structures and systems that enable community members to interact with their local government, a right that many struggled to enjoy during apartheid. We continue to transform our cities so they too form part of the international urban agenda. We build roads and houses so that families can connect. We created safer communities where people can live, work, and play in their spaces of choice. We are able to implement a district development model that enjoins government to function in a coordinated manner that enables communities and government to take charge of their own development. Today's sitting and debate on the Municipal Systems Amendment Bill marks a significant milestone in the history of local government. This milestone is a critical stepping stone in the radical transformation of building capacity and capability in local government to enable it to meet the needs of our people. The Local Government Municipal Systems Act, first enacted in the year 2000, intends to provide the core principles, mechanisms, and processes that are necessary to enable municipalities to move progressively towards the social and economic upliftment of local communities and ensure universal access to essential services that are affordable to all. Honorable members, we are here today because we have listened to many voices that contributed to the debate towards the development of the Municipal Systems Amendment. We have been on this consultative journey since 2010, and 10 years later, we are ready for implementation. The amendment bill was introduced to Parliament in July 2010 in terms of Section 159 of the Joint Rules of Parliament, following approval by Cabinet and certification by the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. And there were some voices that have commented through this process, and let me note a few. Some said there is a need to professionalize local government to enable it to be essential to the amendment of the bill. There is also a need to understand why municipalities struggled to perform their functions, specifically with regards to the appointment of senior managers. There is a need to amend Section 56.1C to allow for an acting period of 9 months, and managers directly accountable to municipal managers should be appointed on a permanent basis. These were some of the voices that made their contribution. Honorable House Chair, as it is common cause, the Constitutional Court delivered a judgment on the 9th of March 2017, which declared the amendment bill, or rather the Amendment Act, unconstitutional and invalid because it failed to comply with the procedures as set out in Section 76 of the Constitution. Members have reflected on this. House Chair, what are the key areas that the bill seeks to introduce? First, it's looking at enhanced accountability and governance. The amendments to the Act will significantly enhance accountability and good governance, ensuring that staff members do not hold political office, expansion of MEC's oversight duties, clear lines of responsibility of municipal councils in terms of the appointment process. Clarity on conditions of employment is also an area that the bill focuses on. It also ensures that we improve the minister's oversight function with regards to employment and standards that are held in local government. And it also ensures that policies and procedures are put in place so that municipalities can adopt policies and procedures consistent with the minister's standards that will be set out in Section 67 of the Act. Further areas of
Thank you, Honorable Jau. The time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you, House Chief.
Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time?
Please register the objection of the EFF chairperson.
Noted. Any other party? None. The bill is agreed to, and we will allow the secretary to read the bill a second time.
Local Government Municipal Systems Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. As we ask the secretary to read the third order.
Consideration of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on the Electoral Laws Amendment Bill.
The Chief Whip of the Majority Party, it's your opportunity.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that this House adopt this report. Thank you.
Are there any objections to the report? No objections, agreed to. The secretary will read the fourth order.
Second reading debate, Electoral Laws Amendment Bill.
Thank you. I will now invite the Minister of Home Affairs. Papa Mtswaledi. Minister Mtswaledi, it's your...
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm sorry I was trying to unmute myself. Honorable Chairperson of the House, honorable members of the House, today we present to this House the Electoral Laws Amendment Bill. This bill will amend 3 existing pieces of legislations simultaneously.
Chair, on a point of order, let me save my minister. Let him switch off the video. He's like flying somewhere to heaven.
Honorable Minister, unfortunately the picture seems not safe, but we can allow you to switch off your video and just speak. We will listen. It happens.
Okay.
It happens sometimes. All right, you can proceed, Honorable Minister.
Yes, this bill amends 3 pieces of legislation simultaneously. That is the Electoral Commissions Act number 51 of 1996, the Electoral Act number 73 of 1998, and lastly, the Local Government's Municipal Electoral Act number 27 of 2000. Honorable Speaker, with each ensuing election, we emerge with new lessons. The substance of the amendments we are proposing today is born out of experience of elections conducted in the recent past. The most pertinent of these elections are the 2019 national and provincial elections. You all know what happened there. Here are the most important changes that we are asking this House to consider. Obviously, because of time, they won't be exhaustive. I just chose those which are very, very pertinent and very important. But there's a total of 8 amendments otherwise that are being proposed. But the first one I choose to mention is that we are proposing that the Electoral Commission, the IEC, be authorized to redetermine the sizes of provincial legislatures ahead of each and every provincial election. Presently, the Chairperson, the last time the number of people in the legislatures was determined was on the 31st of March, 1999, and it will remain so forever despite changing population dynamics, because it is what appears in the Electoral Act in 1998. Personally, I believe the Electoral Act should not have determined a specific date, but unfortunately it was, and we're asking that it be changed, rather the changes of the number of people in the legislatures be determined ahead of each and every election. And of course, the Constitution prescribed that no legislature could have less than 30 members, but also no legislature could have more than 80 members. This will be respected, so the changes will be playing between 30 and 80. The second amendment the bill proposes is to repeal the requirement whereby voters on the international segment of the voters' roll have to notify the Chief Electoral Officer of their intention to vote in the elections of the National Assembly. The amendment is such that it will be assumed that they will vote at the diplomatic mission where they are registered, of course, unless they notify the Chief Electoral Officer otherwise. The third and very important amendment which I know has raised some debate, is that in our kind of world, Chairperson, it's important to secure personal details of each and every one of the 26 million South Africans on the voters' roll. Which one of you here in this house today would like a situation where any Tom, Dick, and Harry, or any Lizzie, Mary, or Anna can just pay money to the electoral official and in so doing earn a right to your own to own a voter's roll or a segment thereof, which bear your full names as they appear in your ID, which bears your full ID number, and which bears your full residential address, where your children, your spouse, and all your properties and possessions are. As things stand now, all that any individual has to do is to pay money and get all that information for each and every one of the 26 million South Africans on the voters' roll. I am sure you'll appreciate that will not be allowed. The amendment simply
Honorable Minister,
remove that from the voter.
Honorable Minister, Ralebogana kwal na ifedile le sana le sebaka le tla feleletša.
Thank you.
Morago ga Minister re bitša modulasetulo wa committee. Honorable Bongo.
No, thank you very much, House Chair and honorable members and everyone who's viewing at home. This is a report on the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on Electoral Amendment Bill. The Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, having considered this subject that the Minister spoke about, Electoral Laws Amendment Bill, as it has been classified under the joint taking mechanism as a Section 75 bill. The Electoral Laws Amendment Bill was referred on the 23rd of September 2020 for consideration and report on the Electoral Commission of South Africa, briefing the committee on the 9th October 2020. In short, Honorable Chair, the Electoral Amendment Laws Bill seeks to amend 3 pieces of legislation: Electoral Commissions Act, Act number 51 of 1996, Electoral Commissions Act, and Electoral Act, Act number 73 of 1998, the Local Government and Municipal Electoral Act, Act number 27 of 2000, in preparation for the forthcoming local government elections 2021. The main object of this bill is to enhance the existing legislative mechanism that ensure free and fair election in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And it provides a legislative authorization for innovations in electoral practices in keeping with best practices to improve the Commission's efficiency in managing elections, and also to align the Electoral Act with the provisions of the Protection of Personal Information Act, Act number 4 of 2013, regarding the protection of personal information of voters against unreasonableness. The bill was advertised, Honorable Chair, in all official languages in various newspapers on the 11th October 2020, and the closing date of the advert was 30 October 2020. After receiving all the submissions and requests for extension, the closing date was extended to 6 November 2020 due to the COVID. In response to the call of the public comments, like we all agree that the technique of decision-making lies in consultation. The committee received about 12,300 submissions, as well as some are therefore via a Dear South Africa website, and another 28 from other stakeholders. The committee did not hold public hearing. The bill is regarded as more technical than substantive. The main issue which was raised was concerning clause 14 and clause 21 of the bill, where it stated that the Electoral Commission of South Africa may prescribe different voting methods. The matter was raised, sharply debated on the various methods of voting, and it was referred to as a policy matter, and that the IEC alone cannot decide on this issue in as much as the intention was to allow for the testing of such alternatives. Much of the concerns were raised by stakeholders and members of parliament around the potential risk and the cost of electronic voting. The list of stakeholders are as I've raised them. As it relates to Section 14 and Section 21, Honorable Chair, the committee decided that we need to expunge those clauses for purposes of this round of amendments. As we do so, we will consider these amendments as we go to the next round, because they will need further research, and further engagement by political parties. I must say this, Chair, that there was an issue, as the Minister raises it, around clause 8, which after thorough consultation with the information regulator, we felt it was necessary to include clause 8 because it does comply with the
Ijemile kanyane buti akhe akho zame ngenye indlela. Ifrizile. Usanemizuzu eminingi. Honorable Bongo, we lost you. Is he still on the platform? He's still on the platform. Honorable Bongo, please. Is he muted? Oh, probably it kicked him out. Why now? Yeah. Right. Honorable Ruos.
Thank you, House Chair. The Electoral Laws Amendment Bill, which is mostly a technical bill, has brought into focus the importance of an open opportunity society.
Honorable Ruos, I'm sorry to do this to you. He is reconnected. Can he just finish? You still have 2 minutes and how many seconds? 49 when I checked. Yes. Honorable Bongo, can you hear me? Unmute, Honorable Bongo. Bongo, unmute.
Yes.
Yes, you still have 2 minutes, around 30 seconds. Please conclude. You were taken out in a way.
Who's responsible for taking me out?
Honorable member, just continue. It's beyond me. Continue.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. I was saying that we're presenting this important bill. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
I was saying we're presenting this important bill for the House, to the House for consideration. The issues around Section 8 we've thoroughly consulted from the information regulator as the committee, and we're given thumbs up that those provisions does comply with the provisions of the Constitution of the Republic and the PAIA Act. So we were in summary presenting this for the House to adopt. This that we're presenting, Honorable Chair, to the House are generally, we're saying they're technical in the sense that they are routine amendments that are done by the IEC whenever there is an election in the Republic. So that is why we have treated them the way we have done. If there are any other concerns that are being raised, they may be attended to in the National Council of Provinces, as the bill will be going to the National Council of Provinces for further engagement and public participation. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair Buroto.
Thank you, Honorable Bongo. Honorable Ruos.
Thank you, House Chair. The Electoral Laws Amendment Bill, which is mostly a technical bill, has brought into focus the importance of an open opportunity society for all. Now, an open society is underpinned by two fundamental pillars: transparency, which exists when the exercise of power and authority is made open to interrogation and oversight, and freedom of information, which is the right of the public to access information from government. Information is an exceptionally important resource, allowing those who have access to it to have power over those who do not. In a closed society, leaders govern without accountability. Inadequate disclosure of critical information hampers citizens from being able to make informed choices and cultivates an environment where mismanagement and corruption can thrive. Opportunity is what gives freedom practical meaning. Opportunity means that every individual is presented with choices and the reasonable ability to act on them, so as to create a life of their choosing. Opportunities or choices must not be arbitrarily restricted. In a society based on the value of opportunity, governments focus their efforts on preserving and expanding the choices available for their citizens. Individuals also have a responsibility to recognize and make use of opportunity. Our Constitution in Section 1D provides for the vote, a national common voters roll, and regular elections to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness. The Democratic Alliance will always strive to create an open opportunity society for all. And this is why Sections 14 and 21 of the original bill, which provided for the IEC to prescribe another voting method, and particularly e-voting, could not be accepted. Not because we are for or against e-voting. In this case, the very first stage of the public participation process, to inform, was not carried out in a way to provide opportunity for access to information and education when necessary, so that the public could make meaningful contributions. This starts with a discussion document called the Green Paper, which gives the idea of the general thinking that informs a policy. This is then published for comments, suggestions, or ideas. This leads to the development of a white paper, which is a broad statement of policy. This is drafted by the relevant department or task team, and then parliamentary committees may propose amendments or other proposals. Now, the IEC has researched e-voting and should be in a position to commence this process in quick time. That said, the discussion on the committee had around this highlighted the inequalities which need to be addressed when we speak about electronic voting. Home Affairs is not even capable of keeping less than 100 mobile units out there in rural communities operational due to connectivity issues. Even fixed Home Affairs offices are offline at a chronic level. Elections themselves face a battle to get electricity working in all voting stations on voting day. We are so far away from the access to technology for all that we hear about in the State of the Nation, but in addition to the white paper, proper discussions in our communities on e-voting will necessarily lead to an all-important discussion about how we connect all our citizens. And we must not miss this opportunity in this process, which could present to our young people the opportunity for technological leapfrogging, which is creating unprecedented opportunity throughout the developing world. This is why the Democratic Alliance is so adamant on comprehensive public participation on this matter. Now, the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance has published guidelines for reviewing the legal framework of elections. When reviewing the legal framework, all provisions regulating the voting process should be carefully examined. It is important in countries that use new voting technologies that the legal framework properly addresses the regulation of their use. Procedures and requirements for the use of information technology during e-voting, counting and tabulation must be accurately reflected in the legislation. Often important parts can be found in other legislation, such as relating to data protection, previous court challenges to new voting technologies, and the resulting jurisprudence should also be consulted. Regulation could either be done primarily in electoral law itself, or alternatively, the legal framework could establish only general rules, leaving the detail to the binding regulations issued by the electoral authority. While the latter is advantageous in terms of flexibility, it can give too much scope for election procedures to be adapted to the needs of technology instead of the other way around, and to avoid important safeguards if time becomes scarce due to any delays in the implementation of new voting technology. It is also important that the electoral legislation clearly defines at least the principles of secrecy, equality, universality, transparency, and accountability. The equality and secrecy of the vote are included in the constitutions of many states, including our own. If special provisions are required to ensure that new voting technology systems guarantee these principles, these should ideally be set out in the electoral legislation. Now, the Democratic Alliance welcomes the valuable contributions of civil society and thanks committee members for agreeing to remove sections 14 and 21 as we proposed. Unfortunately, some voices were heard and others were not. The bill as it stands violates the rights of those who participate and provide oversight in elections to ensure that only those who are legally entitled to vote in any particular VD or ward should be able to do so. Section 8 represents a challenge. By hiding the information or parts of the ID numbers of the voters' roll and leaving questions unanswered regarding journalistic access to the full voters' roll, adequate oversight is compromised. This is a right that these parties and role players should be fully entitled to in terms of the Slope judgment in the Concord on the Klokwe matter. Calls for oral hearings on this matter to hear the full impact of this clause were rejected in the name of rushing this bill through. Transparency and accountability therefore cannot be guaranteed with the bill in its current format. We need to ensure electoral methods and processes that provide mechanisms to ensure that the most precious right of the people to vote is protected from manipulation. The Democratic Alliance therefore rejects this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Rose. EFF, Honorable Chwaku.
Thank you very much, House Chair. In our founding manifesto, the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, commits to contest political power by any means possible. And election is one of those means. To continue to contest political power, we need an independent commission that is non-partisan, credible, and dependable. We want an IEC that will ensure that we conduct free and fair elections. And the amendments we propose through the Electoral Law Amendment Bill only seeks to ensure that we continue to strengthen the work of the IEC. Here are the practical submissions we have made and will continue to make. A, we must legislate times for parties to receive a list of special voters. We cannot leave these to a discretion of IEC, hoping that logic and sense will prevail. We've been facing a challenge wherein we do not receive these lists on time. Similarly, we must also legislate times in which the IEC officials conduct home visits. Currently, we have a cutoff time of 5 o'clock, but we've seen IEC officials conducting home visits till 9 o'clock and beyond, casting doubt on the votes which are cast. This also creates logistical nightmare as the extension of closing time are not communicated to the political parties. This incident happened in Amatoli in Ward 8. We welcome the provision to allow for voters to vote at different voting districts, hoping that the double voting will not occur. We should also include a cutoff time for parties to receive a list of those that have applied to vote in the different voting districts, similar to the special votes. We must get it on time so that we're able to do our oversight as the political parties. We must legislate and issue regulations to guide IEC officials on how to handle large number of voters during special votes. Splitting into teams of home visits is creating a logistical nightmare. We cannot have IEC officials going to home visits for voters to conduct special votes without party agents, because there is a large number of special voters which have registered. Normally, you'll have one teams which are going for house visits. Now, in other voting stations, we land with surprises that at the voting stations, that the IEC will split into teams of 7 and 8. And you find that now the rest of the teams are going for home visits without any party agents. We must do away with voting stations which are constituted along racial lines and are not always accessible. Majority of the voting stations in the farms are not accessible, and racists do not allow us to actually speak to our people. This incident happened at Renastorberg, Ward 4, at a farm called Rooiport, and also Zwachenhoek. When we went there to do our checks on the oversight of the voting station, we were not allowed to actually enter. And the case has been opened on that. We must also do away with the federalism. We cannot continue to have PLCs taking decisions that go against the decisions that are taken by the National Party Liaison Committee. This is ill-discipline, and it has been observed, in particular in the Western Cape. It has been a common cause that racist whites have dreams about creating their little Netherlands in the Western Cape. It will never happen. We must legislate that decisions of the National Party Liaison Committee are binding with a legal review mechanism. Lastly, we must move towards the exploration of the different voting methods, because the world is becoming more and more dependent on the robotics and artificial intelligence. However, IEC needs to demonstrate beyond the reasonable doubt that the election will remain credible, free, and fair. Now, we have seen, Chair, that in our committee, in the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs, there are people who are coming with some sponsored views. These views are coming from these rogue journalist houses, for example, Amabungan. We have warned everyone that these are not journalists, but politicians and hired political thugs masquerading as journalists to fight opposition parties or to push a rogue agenda. As long as the EFF is participating in that committee, they will melt with an unimaginable militant action. We are not going to sit and watch as the committee is being infiltrated and is being infiltrated. And not to Speaker. Parliament has made various measures to ensure more number participation. Everyone is free to bring the...
Babu Chaku, siyabonga babu skhathi siphelile. Honorable van der Merwe.
Honourable House Chairperson, Sharon Salzberg once said, and I quote, "Voting is the expression of our commitment to ourselves, to one another, this country and this world." This amendment bill has been described as routine and technical in nature. However, it is this commitment to ourselves, to our nation and the world at large, plus our painful past, which saw millions of our people being disenfranchised of their right to vote, that requires of us to take special care with any legislation that deals with our constitutional right to vote. There were some contentious issues the committee had to grapple with. From experiences throughout the world, we know that systems of electronic voting is open to manipulation. We must therefore tread very carefully when we talk about changing South Africa's electoral system to enable alternative voting methods such as electronic voting. Strong opposition from a variety of stakeholders saw proposed clauses 14 and 21 in the Electoral Laws Amendment Bill being scrapped, which would have allowed the piloting of electronic voting to be adopted at any point at the simple discretion of the IEC. We remain of the view, as expressed in the public submissions, that South Africa neither has the capacity nor the technology, but most importantly, the resources to implement an e-voting project at this stage. The door must be firmly shut on e-voting until such time that our country is in a position to allow all South Africans to choose for themselves the manner in which they want to exercise their vote and ultimately choose their government. This is a matter that goes to the very heart of our democracy. While these issues were addressed, there were other issues that were not properly dealt with. The issue of access to information and the public participation process. Without meaningful access to information contained in the voters' roll, the accuracy of the voters' roll cannot be investigated. This opens the way to electoral fraud. We are therefore concerned by the amendments of Section 16 of the Electoral Act through Clause 8, which is intended to bring the Act into compliance with the Protection of Information Act. While the intention is laudable, the amendment leaves too much discretion with the Chief Electoral Officer of the IEC to deduct information. Moreover, this amendment goes further than required by the POPI Act. The Act grants access to personal information for a legitimate purpose in certain instances subject to safeguards and sanctions for abuse. This bill could have done the same. And there's a difference, Honourable Minister, in protecting information versus making it impossible to do oversight over the voting roll. And therefore, that Clause 8 should have been removed with Clauses 14 and 21. Finally, and the most important issue, because this committee was pressed for time, the entire process was rushed. The committee chose not to have public hearings on this amendment bill. At the outset, the IFP had asked that those interested parties who have made written submissions to Parliament be invited to brief the committee on such. As Parliament, we must always be seen to treat all public parties interested in legislation with respect. They should feel that they've been given a real opportunity to have their say, that they are taken seriously as citizens, and that their views matter. We are a people's parliament, after all. At this stage, the reality is that the public participation process in relation to this amendment bill could be described as wholly inadequate, and as a result, may result in legal challenge. For example, one organization who does great work in exposing corruption, Amabungane, had their concerns simply dismissed because they have built up a reputation of exposing corrupt politicians in the ruling party and within the EFF, and that is why they're complaining and disregarding the views of Amabungane. The ruling party must never again treat the public participation process as merely a tick box exercise, because it's not. Honourable Speaker, our concerns relate to the fundamental need to ensure free and fair elections. The IFP believes that nothing supersedes the democratic right of the electorate to have their voices respected and heard. I thank you.
Siyabonga Make. Honorable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. During the process of amending the Electoral Laws Act, it was quite clear that there was a public concern surrounding the bill focused on the clauses which seek to empower the IEC to prescribe a different voting methods for parliamentary, provincial and local elections. In particular, concern was expressed that conferring the power on the IEC to unilaterally prescribe a different voting method would be inconsistent with the Constitution, which requires for the details of the electoral system to be prescribed in national legislation following a process of public participation. In addition, the bill appears to open the door to the introduction of an electronic voting system. This raises the concern that in the absence of necessary safeguards, such a voting system could lead to the electoral fraud and undermine the fairness of our elections. The Freedom Front Plus will see to it that the details of the electoral system is constitutionally reserved for Parliament with a statutory framework without conferring powers to the IEC that is in conflict with the Constitution. The Freedom Front Plus will further oversee that any method of voting that the IEC may introduce cannot depart from the legislatively prescribed voting procedure. House Chair, in reality, the mandate of the IEC to prescribe a different voting procedure for voters on the voters' roll without addresses brings about two classes of voters, which is not acceptable to the Freedom Front Plus, even with the challenges faced. All voters should be treated equally. The Constitutional Court's ruling was quite clear that a voter's roll should include the addresses of registered voters. The grave risk posed by this bill to the integrity of the ballot box is caused by a cynical, underhanded attempt to chip away at the remaining vestiges of democratic accountability in South Africa through drastic, irresponsible, anti-democratic and possibly unconstitutional delegation of a function that ought by rights to rest in an entity, and that's the IEC, democratically accountable to the people of South Africa. Legislation affecting the basis of constitutional democracy cannot be adequately considered by the South African public in a mere space of a couple of weeks, especially not if the way is paved for the future undermining of free and fair elections. The Electoral Laws Amendment Bill introduced by the Minister does exactly that. It does it with negligible democratic input and oversight. Die Vryheidsfront Plus ondersteun nie die wetswysigings nie. Dankie, voorsitter.
Baie dankie, agbare lid. Reverend Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP shares the concerns about the committee not holding public hearings, given the impact that this bill can have. Now, we do appreciate that the main issue that was raised was concerning clauses 14 and 21, where it stated that the Electoral Commission may prescribe a different voting method. And I think it is correct that members of the Portfolio Committee rejected those clauses, given the fact that that is a policy matter that shouldn't be left to the IEC alone, and that the concerns raised were around the potential risks and costs of electronic voting. So we support the deletion of the references in the bill to allow for the testing of such alternatives. We also note the inclusion of Clause 8, purportedly to protect the personal information of voters after consultation took place with the information regulator. Now, we are also concerned about the issue that that might have on exercise of oversight over the voters' role. But at the same time, this does not detract from the right of all registered political parties and independent candidates to be provided with a full copy of the voters' roll or parts thereof. So it is an issue of concern inasmuch as the provisions here seem to go much further than what is required in the Protection of Personal Information Act. House Chair, lastly, the bill does not deal with the contentious issue that Parliament needs to undertake following the Constitutional Court ruling in the New Nation ruling. And yes, whilst it's not urgently necessary, we from the ACDP side, and I'm sure many political parties, are concerned about the impact of that Constitutional Court judgment, which allows independent candidates to stand at national and provincial level. Now, we understand that time is passing. Parliament has got a framework to deal with that, but we would just urge members of Parliament to watch. The cut-off date is the 22nd of June 2022, when that far-reaching legislation needs to be passed. Lastly, the ACDP is one of the few parties that grew in the national and provincial elections last year. And given the massive challenges facing the country at local government level, where most municipalities are bankrupt and dysfunctional, the ACDP will be putting up candidates who are hardworking men and women of integrity, who understand servant leadership, as well as the principle of good stewardship of state resources. We look forward to further growing in the 2021 local government elections. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM? ATM? Good. NFP? NFP? Okay, are they there? They are always in. I can't find them. Honorable CBC, Honorable Sheikh Imam, I pass. Honorable Malikwa. Honorable Malikwa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Members of the House, fellow compatriots.
The African National Congress rises in support of the Electoral Laws Amendment Bill as tabled today in this August House. Today we debate on a bill which is indicative of the wishes and aspirations of the majority of South Africans who were gathered in Cape Town, who in unison declared that the people shall govern. The glorious meeting of 1955 declared for all that every man and woman shall have the right to vote for and to stand as a candidate for all bodies which make laws. All people shall be entitled to take part in the administration of the country, and the right of the people shall be the same regardless of race, color, or sex. In 2001, shortly after the term of his presidency, former President Mandela said, and I quote, "The Constitution of South Africa speaks of both the past and the future of South Africa. It permits us to build a nation based on democratic values of human dignity, equality, freedom through constitutionalism, and the rule of law. It describes the mechanism and institution which we have created to achieve this." Close quote. The Independent Electoral Commission is one of such institutions. The importance of the Electoral Commission cannot be emphasized enough. It is one of the key ingredients of a proper functioning democracy based on the will of the people. Honorable House Chair, the Constitution was adopted to, among others, heal the division of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. It was adopted to lay the foundation for a democratic and open society based on the will of the people. Furthermore, it was adopted to improve the quality of life of all citizens and to free the potential of each person. The Bill of Rights guaranteed the three generations of rights. The first generation rights, which include the right to life, equality, human dignity, freedom of expression, religion, and association. More relevant to the debate on this bill, first generation rights include political rights. These rights are guaranteed in most democratic countries. As African National Congress, we view this bill as critical as it provides for important enhancement to our existing legislation so as to ensure next year's local government elections are free and fair, in accordance with the Constitution. In line with the dictate of the public consultation requirement, the following bodies were consulted: the Electoral Commission, the National Party Liaison Committee, and the Information Regulator. The bill was published for public comment, and submissions from the public were received and considered by the committee. The IEC indicated that since the bill affects the provinces, it should therefore be dealt with in accordance with the Section 76 procedure as spelled out in the Constitution. This classification will allow for extended public participation in the provinces. The issue of clauses 14 and 21 has been dealt with. The ANC supports the removal of these two clauses and it supports the content of the bill. Honorable House Chair, the coronavirus pandemic changed our world drastically. The Electoral Commission was not spared from feeling the impact. As the ANC, we show appreciation for the hard work and dedication of the IEC, who worked tirelessly amid the challenge in order to fulfill its constitutional mandate. The IEC successfully managed the 2020 by-election amidst this pandemic. In this election, the people of South Africa reaffirmed their trust and confidence in the Orders Liberation Movement, the African National Congress. The ANC gained the biggest number of new wards in the Super Wednesday by-election held across the country on Wednesday, 11 November 2020. The IEC is on record that this preparation for the 2021 local government election are underway, from replacing the old zip registration machine with updated voter management devices. Ensure voter materials are in stock by December 2020, and ensuring all is in place to begin recruiting temporary election staff. On Tuesday, Honorable House Chair, this week, the Municipal Demarcation Board handed over 4,468 panel ward boundaries to the IEC in preparation for 2021 local government elections. The Municipal Demarcation Board launched the public participation process in January 2020. And for that, that is most welcome. The ANC support the bill. Ke a leboha, Chairperson.
Re a leboga mme Molekwa. Mhlonishwa Babunjaiso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think now we should appreciate the good work that is being done by IEC so far, and for agreeing now to work with Parliament through the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs. We also hope as AIC that the issue of the position of AIC being put at the bottom will be reconsidered this time around, because we are using alphabet, something that was learned at school. Chairperson, we support the amendments that will be made to this Electoral Laws Amendment Bill. Subsection 4A, it is a party that applies for registration in terms of subsection 1 that should publish the notice of application. So this means now it is the responsibility of the party to publish information so that the people should know. There's no need for the party that has registered for the local government to also to register for a district, because that will be taken that has been registered for. Honorable Chairperson, the circulation of parties' application in the local newspapers is very important because the people in that area are registered. However, Honorable Chairperson, a person whose application for his party has been turned down is free to appeal to the Commission, because the whole work is being done by management or the administration. Then he's got a right, or that person has got a right now to appeal to the Commission. Again, the independent candidates have to receive the voters' roll. That is very good. We also note that now the Chief Electoral Officer must redact any information that appears on the voters' roll that would endanger the integrity of a party or an independent candidate. If a voter is unable to vote or to cast his vote at the voting station or registered, the CO must be informed in a prescribed manner. It means the person does not have just to phone that I'm in the wrong place now, then I should vote here. So it should be informed in a prescribed manner. That is the Chief Electoral Officer. Chairperson, it is important now that to know that the signing of a prescribed nomination form by a candidate on the list is being emphasized. That is very, very important. The Code of Conduct, the signing of the Code of Conduct has become more significant and more binding. So this should have a required consequences. If a person now does not behave, so such a person now should be followed. A follow-up should be made to that, because the Code of Conduct is what is going to make us behave.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the IEC has gone the extra mile, and the Chairman of the Portfolio Committee has been very diligent in looking at the amendments, and in the end, every clause was discussed clause by clause. So we are very happy that nothing has been rushed and that full consideration was given to the amendments. We also want to state that people seem to think I was a part of the multi-party delegation that went to Namibia to look at mechanical voting. I don't know why people say it's electronic voting. You can't capture the votes through electronics. It will save the country at least 100 million ballot forms, if not more, in every election. How many trees? I expected the Minister of Environment Affairs to be a speaker to try and save the trees. The fact that that clause has been removed is a pity. However, we feel that the IEC needs to start voter education on mechanical voting, even if it takes 2 years. It's very important that there be proper voter education with regards to the mechanical voting, and also proper education, voter education with regard to the COVID regulation. Al-Jamal for taking our elections to the next level. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Hendricks. Memudise, nakokia hao.
Thank you, House Chair. Today's colors are a clear indication that we were ready for the battle. Honorable Rose, you were the first person in the Portfolio Committee to accept and appreciate the work of the department on the mobile units given its financial constraints. But today you speak contrary to the progress. Secondly, Honorable Rose, don't allow yourself to be used by the Amapungani with the intention to derail us from moving forward to enhance the work of the IEC. All political parties participated until the last night before the adoption. Amapungani lobbied through all the night to the DA and IFP to work against this clause. At least their masters are coming out one by one. The African National Congress rises in support.
We're not masters, you know?
In support of the Electoral Laws Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Modise, just take your time. Let me address Babungwezi. Babungwezi, we don't do that. You know how to raise a point of order if you need to. If you do that again, I'm going to remove you from the platform. Honorable Sengwa?
Honorable House Chairperson, I was just wondering if I will take a question.
Honorable Modise, you may take the stand. Are you able to take your question?
No questions, please.
Thank you very much.
House Chair, I'd like a point of order, please.
Yes, Honorable Mazzoni, what's your point of order?
House Chair, the honourable member at the podium has been itching all day to make some kind of insulting comment to the opposition, and she's done so by making quite an outrageous statement about a publication called Abamungani, who I'm sure would not be pleased to hear it.
Honourable member, let me just stop you there. That's not a point of order.
What I'm saying is, if you are going to make an allegation like that, it has to be a substantive motion. And otherwise, the member has to withdraw, or she has to bring a substantive motion.
There was no member that was mentioned. They mentioned the parties, so that is not a point of order.
Motion.
That's not a point of order.
House Chair, would you please refer that ruling to the Rules Committee?
No, Honourable Member, I have ruled.
And would you please
Thank you.
refer
If
that
you are
ruling
not
to the Rules
satisfied,
Committee?
you
Point of
can
order. I will.
send it
Thank
to
you
the
very
Rules
much.
Committee.
Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable House Chairperson, this side.
Honourable Deputy Chief Whip.
I agree with you that you have ruled. But I want to say, Honourable House Chairperson, in agreeing with you, the Honourable member on the podium shouldn't be disturbed. She didn't refer to any member, but
don't
according
continue.
to our rules,
it's
allowed to refer to parties, not
Yes.
members.
Thank you very much. The ruling has been done. Can we
Honourable Chair.
Honourable member?
Honourable Chair, I would like to request you that you take a considered ruling on this matter.
Honorable member.
On the basis, ma'am, that the honorable member, if you study Hansard, said all parties were participating in this process until the last night. Now, parties are participating through members. And that's why I'm saying I request you make a considered ruling, because she then said the masters have come out. And that is the reference, ma'am. And that's why I'm saying please take a considered ruling.
Thank you very much.
Because the inference she makes
Honorable
was not
member,
about parties, but
take
about
your
members
seat.
in that committee.
I hear you. If you don't take my ruling, you know what to do. I have ruled. Continue, Honorable Modise.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Majority must just sit down and enjoy his chewing gum. The African National Congress rises in support of the Electoral Laws Amendment Bill 22B of 2020. I join our President and government in commemorating the International Day of Persons with Disabilities under the theme, Building Back Better Towards a Disability, Inclusive, Accessible and Sustainable Post-COVID-19 World. As the ANC, we support equal participation of persons with disabilities and believe that they should be included in all aspects of society and development. As we debate this bill today, we reflect on what our ready-to-govern policy document said regarding elections. All elections at a central, regional, and local level shall be conducted by an independent electoral commission which shall enjoy freedom from government and political control. As we look back at the years of our democracy, we appreciate that the independence of the Electoral Commission has been entrenched in Chapter 9 of our Constitution. The IEC is subject only to the Constitution and the law. As we consider this bill, we show appreciation for the good work of the IEC, which continues to do so in support of our relatively young democracy by managing free, fair, and credible elections. House Chairperson, the character of our constitutional democracy is both representative and participatory in nature. Representative democracy includes participation through elected representatives and is exercised through regular elections. People elect representatives to act on their behalf in the day-to-day management of the state. Participatory democracy includes, inter alia, the law-making process and taking part in the decision-making processes. Consultation demands an engagement with the public in order to ascertain what the public wishes and demands are so that policy can reflect those views. Just as Albisak said, all parties interested in legislation should feel they have been given a real opportunity to have their say, that they are taken seriously as citizens, and that their views matter and will receive due consideration at the moments when they could possibly influence decision in a meaningful fashion. House Chair, shut up. The IEC...
House Chair, on a point of order.
Honorable Modise,
well, I understand that the Honorable Modise is not used to being at the podium. She must understand that the rules of Parliament do not allow her to tell a member to shut up, and she must withdraw it.
Honorable Modise, you can stand. Honorable Modise, the rules do not allow that. Will you please withdraw?
I withdraw, House Chair, but can I be allowed to proceed without disturbances?
Honorable Modise, may I advise you, don't listen to them. Continue with what you are doing because they will disturb you.
Thank you, House Chair.
Thanks.
The IEC periodically conducts a review of its laws to ensure that legislative framework is up to date and to close any identified loopholes. The main objective of the bill is to enhance the existing legislative mechanisms by amending a number of pieces of legislation so as to ensure free and fair elections in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The amendments contained in the bill are of technical nature and contain no new policies. With the local government elections coming up in 2021, the bill seeks to ensure that elections will be free and fair. Like all legislations in South Africa, This bill was subjected to the public participation process. The public was invited to comment and make submissions on the bill. The general concerns raised by South Africans relate to clauses 14 of the bill, which amends Section 38 in the Electoral Act by authorizing the Commission to prescribe a different voting method. Another concern raised was on Clause 21 of the bill, which amends Section 47 of the Local Government Municipal Electoral Act in order to mirror the provisions of Section 38(8) of the Electoral Act and thus authorize the Commission to prescribe a different voting procedure for those voters whose names appear on the voters' roll without addresses. And the proposed amendment of Section 38 in Electoral Act by authorizing the Commission to prescribe different voting method in local government elections. The IEC had proposed an e-voting pilot project in order to increase efficiencies in the electoral process and to ameliorate intractable challenges, especially in the counting and capturing of results. Some of the concerns regarding electronic voting were expressed by different members of the committee across political parties. The fourth industrial revolution is upon us, and the world is relying more and more on technology. That is a fact that cannot be escaped. We need to adapt to the realities of the changing world we live in. In this light, the committee has directed the IEC to further explore modalities and provide the committee with detailed case studies on countries that have implemented election technologically as a mode of voting, including the implications, challenges, and successes of the process. We welcome the IEC has commenced with the process and will contribute further during the consultation process, including through party liaison officers. The process of lawmaking is dynamic and ongoing. We are in support of the contents of the bill. We support the removal of clauses 14 and 21 from the bill. The bill provides for a mechanism for residual voters without addresses on the voters' roll to provide an address before voting. Such address will be used to determine eligibility in relation to the elections in the ward. This is important as even voters without addresses have a constitutional right to vote. The aspects of the geographic location of voters are also taken into consideration in the bill. All of these provisions go back to the important issue of free and fair elections. As in the previous elections, allegations of double voting were made. As such, Section 24A of the Electoral Act is enriched to provide pre-notification for voters who wish to vote outside of the voting district in which they are registered. This intervention will enable the Commission to know ahead of elections the number of voters at each voting station. This will enhance the accuracy and logistical provisions which are essential for an election. The nation too will know ahead of the elections how many voters are going to be voting outside of the stations of registration. This provision will eliminate possibility of double voting, enhance transparency, and thus strengthen the credibility of the elections. In conclusion, House Chair, this bill is a reflection of our vibrant democracy in order to maintain its vibrancy and facilitate its maturation. It is crucial that from time to time, Parliament intervenes through legislative measures to enhance mechanical aspects of elections. The Electoral Laws Amendment Bill is one such time. ANC supports the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I was asked to mute the mic, so you'll still not see me, but I'm sure you'll hear me very well. I want to correct a few misconceptions, Chairperson, which arose during this debate. The first one is on the issue of addresses. I want to remind this House that the Constitutional Court made a ruling in 2016 that all the voters must have their addresses registered. At the time when this ruling was made, only 8.6 million voters had addresses. That was 33% of the voting population. Today in 2020, 24.6 million voters, that constitute 95% of registered voters, they do have addresses. Now, the remaining people who don't have, in terms of this amendment, as Honorable Modise has said, will provide their addresses on the voting day. And if we think that is irregular, we are then saying the Constitutional Court ruling wanted to disenfranchise people who stay in formal settlement with no addresses. I want to remind you, honorable members, the right to vote is equal for the rich and the poor, and even the homeless. And the amendment doesn't say they shouldn't provide addresses. It says they should provide them at the time of voting, and the electoral officer will determine exactly their geographic area so as to determine where they must vote. The second thing I must mention, this distortion of what Clause 8 means, that as if political parties are not going to be given the voters' role. I've mentioned here earlier the role of PAIA and POPIA Act. And Chairperson, we have had something here which I never knew. I am hearing that an institution called Amabungani investigates corruption in the ruling party and the EFF. And that's why the ruling party and EFF members are crying. I'm hearing that for the first time. It's a revelation to me. All the time I was under the impression that Amabungani investigate corruption where and wherever it occurs, regardless of which party you belong to. That the corruption is investigated only in ANC and EFF. I am really challenging those who made this statement and Amabungani themselves to try and clarify it. Lastly, Chairperson, I want to make it clear there will be no double voting in future elections, because this government has given IEC 250 million rand to purchase a new device called VMD, voter management device, to replace the zip machine. With this device, there will be no double voting, because it will register addresses as you registered for voting. It will also register you in real time and reflect in all voting stations at the time you vote. If you try to vote double, you will be arrested immediately. And I wanted to make all these things clear, and that we must not mislead the public about what this amendment wants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time?
House Chairperson Frolick, the DA objects to the bill and would like to call for a division, please.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 10 minutes.
Chairperson, can I be unmuted, please, because I'm no longer speaking? Can my video be unmuted by the host, please?
Okay, we'll ask them to look into it, Honourable Minister, but you're supposed to do it yourself.
No, it says I'm being blocked by the host, so I cannot change it myself.
Okay, will the hosts ensure that the video of the minister is on?
No, the host is obliged. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
But Minister Mtshali is not, the video is not muted, Honorable Frolick. His video is still on.
Honourable Mashego, the minister has managed to deal with the matter.
my apology, Chair of Chairs.
Noted.
Sabona siswa kithi ndate Msimanga.
Kapisa.
Kodukani noyisana kithi.
Kapisa awusuncuma Msimanga sikhona. Kuya ngokuthi siziphalaza ngani, mayiphalaza ngovumba noma kanjani yokubonakala.
Ngwezi usasemncane kwethini umdala mama.
Yakhala uNgwezi.
Honourable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Order. Honourable members in the chamber, will you take up your allocated seats? Or take up your seat for that matter. Thank you, Chief Whip. Honourable Gungubele, will you take up your seat? Any seat? Thank you. Honourable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for the division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, and I would request the table to confirm that we do have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform so that the decision is taken. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by simply informing the chairperson. Honourable members, may I ask the honourable members of the Democratic Alliance to settle down in the chamber, please. Take your seat, Honourable Faber. I'll start again. Having confirmed that we do have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. And the question before the House is that the Electoral Laws Amendment Bill be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The ANC, Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, House Chair, Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs, the ANC in plenary here in National Assembly Chamber were 51-51. The ANC online, on the virtual, is 156.
Order, honourable members.
The total is 207. In fact, we were ready for that motion. Let it come now.
Thank you, honourable.
We vote for.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. The Democratic Alliance.
House Chairperson Fralik, in the House we are 23 members. On the virtual platform we are 46. That gives us a total of 69 members voting against.
The EFF. The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Yes, thank you very much, House Chair. We are 36 on visual platform, House Chair, and we are voting in favor of the bill. Thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. We are 3 in the House, 10 on virtual, and please note the abstention of the IFP to this vote. Thank you.
The Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 7 on the virtual platform, 1 in the House, a total of 8 against.
The ACDP.
2 online, 1 in the House. The ACDP votes against. Thank you.
The UDM. The ATM. Good. The NFP.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson.
It's good to see you, Honourable Minister.
Yes, we are 1 on virtual and we're voting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party has 2 members, both on virtual, and we are in support of the bill before us. Thank you.
The AIC.
Thank you, Chair. 1 in the chamber voting for.
Cope.
Thank you, Chair. Cope, we are 2 in the House. We vote in support. Thank you.
Al-Jamaa. Al-Jamal.
Honourable Chair, Al-Jamal votes in favour.
Thank you, Honourable Party Whips. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? There's none. The voting session is now closed. Order, honourable members. The outcome of the division is as follows. There's 13 abstentions, 80 has voted against, and 250 has voted in favour of the bill. The question is thus agreed to. This order, honourable members, the Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Electoral Laws Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Basic Education on fourth quarterly report on performance of Department of Basic Education in meeting its predetermined objectives 2019-2020.
I now recognize the chairperson of the committee who will introduce the report, the Honourable Mbingo Gigaba.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The Department of Basic Education took the joint committees through the department's performance indicators and targets and reported on the expenditure during the first quarter of 2020-2021 financial year. In the 2020-2021 financial year, the first quarter report of the department, they presented their planned strategic imperatives and targets as set out in the department strategic plan and the 2020-2021 annual performance plan. Highlighted in the report is some adjustment which were tabled to the APP for the quarter after the COVID-19 lockdown, affected monitoring and oversight. To an extent, business meetings and some monitoring was done by using visual meetings with department officials, the provincial education departments, and the relevant stakeholders. Emanating from the report, 55% of the targets were achieved, 36% of the targets were not achieved, and 9% were partially achieved across the 5 programs. And under Program 1, which is administration, all indicators under the Program 1 reflected positive achievement. The department held meetings with both the Select Committee and the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education committees concerning administrative arrangement in the DBE and matters related to COVID-19. Indicated overall targets achievement in terms of the invoices that were paid, the reported misconduct, the increased capacity building programs, and they have also submitted the quarterly report. In the first quarter report, the department revised the 2020-2021 to 2024-2025 strategic plan and 2020-2021 APP in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the budget alignment processes. Under Program 2, which is curriculum policy, support and monitoring, almost all indicators in this program reflected a positive achievement beside an indicator 2.1.1. This indicator reflected insufficient monitoring of curriculum and assessment policy statements. An oversight visit during the COVID-19 due to lockdown during the first quarter. However, the remedial action was taken to increase visual and in-person monitoring to increase efficiency with PEDs. Under Program 3, which is Teachers, Education, Human Resources, and Institutional Development, almost all indicators reflected a positive achievement. Beside indicator 3.3.2, work was done on the teacher development, school governance, and school management support. The number of PEDs monitors on the quality management system did not meet the target due to the on-site monitoring being suspended. The number of Funza Lushaka bursaries awarded, they improved to 59%. Available allocations were filled within the first allocations. And while 100% of teaching posts were filled in each province. Under Program 4, Planning, Information and Assessment, all indicators reflected positive achievement. No issue were raised there. Under Program 5, which is Educational Enrichment Services, the program showed partial achievement of school monitoring for the provision of nutritious meals due to lockdown districts. Due to the lockdown, districts were not monitored for the implementation of National School Safety Framework, Social Cohesion, Sport, and Enrichment Program during the quarter. Now, coming to the financial expenditure, it was reported to us that 30%, which is 7.62 billion, out of the unrevised 25.34 billion of the total budget of the department for 2020-21, for the first quarter, they spent only 7.62 billion. The bulk of the allocation on this program was transferred for conditional grants, which is mathematics, science, and learner with profound intellectual disabilities, workbooks and matric second chances, which all underspent on account of fewer in-person interactions and insufficient printing. The Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, having considered the Department of Basic Education's first quarterly report for 2020-21 as a reflection of performance by the department, is satisfied that the department worked under hard, difficult time of COVID-19. The committee further resolves that the department would look to address the challenges experienced by schools, in particular, your systematic challenges such as the infrastructure, such as the water and sanitation, such as ICT, such as school safety, such as curriculum coverage, and inclusive education. Honorable Chair, I therefore move that the House considers and accept the report as tabled. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize the Honourable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Nkosi kakhulu mhlali ngaphambili ngiphakamisa into yoba le ndlu yoqingqo nowisomthetho mayamkele le ngxelo ithiwe thaca Nkosi.
Thank you, Chief Whip. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, unfortunately, this department has one responsibility. One of these most crucial responsibility is ensuring that the examination goes without any drama or failure. But yet, the Minister of Basic Education is running this department as a shebeen. Minister, this department is not a shebeen. You've been running this department like a shebeen for far too long. You move from crisis to crisis. We have leaked papers. There are over 100,000 schools, learners who you don't know where they are, who disappeared during COVID-19 crisis. Awubazi ukuthi nabaphi. 30% of grade 1 learners are failing. So the failure of this department starts in grade 1. Infrastructure is falling apart. Schools are being vandalized and torched. Izikolo azinazindlu zangasese, azinamanzi. Abantwana bethu abakwazi nofunda. Today, I'm drawing the line. Enough is enough, Minister. Our kids' future cannot be in the hands of a Shibin queen. You need to do better.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
Yes, Honourable
Chairperson,
Member.
on a point of order.
What is the point of order?
Yeah, thank you. I'm rising on Rule 84, Chair.
Yes.
The Speaker on the podium has just called the Minister a Shibin Queen, and that's unparliamentary. Please. Thank you.
I didn't say that the Minister is a Shibin
Honourable
queen.
Member, I'm about to make a ruling. I'm making a ruling. Honourable Member, I heard the remark, and while I listened carefully to what you said about the Shibin, you cannot infer that the Honourable Minister is a Shibin queen or running the department like a Shibin queen. That is wrong, and you must withdraw that remark.
Okay, I withdraw. I
Thank
withdraw,
you.
Minister. I withdraw. Going back to the leaked examinations, parents out there, they want to know when will the minister deal with the leaks. They want a report, the entire report of what actually happened. Remember, this is not the first time that there are leaks in the Department of Basic Education. It happens time and time again. Where is the risk management strategy of the department to mitigate such crisis? There should be a contingency plan to mitigate such crisis. What was it? What did the department do internally? Parents and learners want to know if there's a possibility to rewrite, when, and when exactly are they going to rewrite, and also what sanctions are going to be imposed to those who leaked, and as well as the learners who find themselves in a situation whereby a leaked paper was shared in a WhatsApp group. We're not asking the minister to
We are not
compromise
debating leaked papers.
the ongoing
We are debating
investigation by the
quarterly
Hawks.
report.
That is failure of the department. That is what I'm giving you. That is a picture of the department. How the implications of these leaks are quite huge. This has a potential to destroy young people's lives. Remember, every time when you are where there are leaks and learners are implicated, that means those learners' lives are held back for years. Aren't you parents? Aren't you concerned? Aren't you concerned that this department is failing our children? Instead of shouting, you know that the children out there, they are worried. Not only they have to go through a COVID crisis, but now they have to be worried and be implicated in leaks. That should concern you. Furthermore, there's also the issue of programs that this minister has. Programs like, for instance, the Second Chance program, where 2% learners get to manage to pass maths and science. These learners are relegated to a life of unemployment because all they have is a matric certificate that they are unable to use. The introduction of the 13 new school subjects for learners in grade 8 and 9 comes at a critical time, I have to say. But yet, we don't know how that is going to be implemented. We're going to need teachers who are equipped, who will be able to provide these subjects within the classroom. We need to make sure that teachers must be sourced out with such disciplines. The department should
Honourable Member,
also
your
look
time is now expired.
towards a mutual beneficial relationship with the private sector.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Inyani ibuhlungu, unfortunately.
Honourable Members, Order. Honorable members, I want to remind the members, especially those on the virtual platform, that in terms of the rules, your microphones must remain muted. And if you do switch it on, I will ask the Sergeant of Arms, if you are not recognized, to be removed from the platform without any warning. So please keep your microphones muted. The EFF. The EFF. The IFP.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, can you hear me?
You are very audible. Continue, Honorable Member. Honorable Ngobo, are you on the platform? The Honorable Schlengwa will make the intervention on behalf of the Honorable Ngobo.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I think on a lighter note, the confidence of Honorable Medise was quite overwhelming earlier. And I've been told that she's been voted the most beautiful MP in Parliament by some group. So congratulations on that very interesting achievement at the end of the year. Honorable House Chairperson, the importance of equal and adequate basic education in South Africa cannot be overstated. If our country is to be prosperous, it is crucial that we invest in good quality education to enrich the minds of our youth. The Department of Basic Education, therefore, has the formidable mandate of ensuring that our education system is of a stellar quality. Honorable members, infrastructure is an enormous issue in our public schooling system. Environment plays a crucial role in learners' ability to succeed. Last year, the number of schools in Limpopo received a 0% matric pass rate. This was attributed to poor school infrastructure, schools not having enough desks, or even running water in school facilities. It is disheartening to know that the department only met 27.8% of its target to provide water in schools. According to our constitution, all South African learners have the right to adequate and equal education. The department has failed learners in this regard. Furthermore, whilst we with caution commend the achievement of the target of the number of schools per province that were monitored for the utilization of ICT resources, we note that the performance target was rather vague, as it does not provide a clear correlation between the achievement of the performance target and the achievement of the purpose of the program. On what basis were ICT resources monitored, and how does this relate to the development of the curriculum? Moreover, in order to successfully implement ICT resources in schools, infrastructure must first be attended to, specifically in rural schools where electricity is a problem. How do we then intend to implement ICT resources in schools that do not have proper access to electricity? Furthermore, the department needs to ensure that it capacitates teachers by first training them in the issue of ICT and on how to integrate them into their learning programs. And finally, Honorable House Chairperson, the issue of the leaks is not a laughing matter. It's a serious indictment on the integrity of the education system, particularly on exams, and all of us need to do our fair share to remind children that they cannot set themselves off into the future on the basis of teaching. This has to be a national responsibility. This is then how corruption breeds itself. If you are going to subject yourself to stealing exam papers now, you're going to be doing far bigger things. So this is something we need to have a serious discussion about. Having said that, the IFP supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Freedom Front Plus.
House Chairperson. House Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Member.
House Chairperson. Yes, the EFF is here. I was muted here.
Okay, proceed, Honourable Member.
The EFF.
Please proceed. The Honourable Member from the EFF. may continue with the declaration.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you, House Chairperson. We have consistently raised serious concerns about the quality of leadership at the Department of Basic Education and whether or not they have a full appreciation of the challenges faced by our education system. House Chairperson, in this report, it is made clear that we are far from resolving the challenges faced by most schools in this country. The report details that there were still at the end of the 2019-2020 fourth quarter, still a number of schools in rural areas without water and sanitation. This is despite the many instances the department has been taken to court when learners fell into pit latrines at schools. The report also indicates that the department is still woefully out of its depth when it comes to making provisions for the education of children with special needs, particularly children of the poor, in villages and townships. We also take note of the increasing number of vandalism in schools, and that these schools are in areas servicing exclusively black children. The department has not done its part in ensuring that there is enough security at these schools.
Honorable Hendricks, switch off your microphone.
Of vandalism are strategically planned acts by beneficiaries of tenders who may want to keep building schools indefinitely. This department is the primary enemy towards the education of black children in this country. House Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the report and we are determined to hold this department to account. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Freedom Front Plus.
Honourable House Chair, an administrative report like this can hide an immense lot of relevant info. If we look at the purpose of the Department of Basic Education, it is actually the oversight of the provincial, 9 provincials, that is operation of education and the provincial build programs. So the actual work is done in the provinces and this department only has oversight over that. Yet in this report, we don't get any information on what is actually happening in the provinces. Now, if we look at the purpose of basic education, we could say that it is to form well-rounded people and to prepare people for employment, but none of these are really attained. School creates a reality of its own for which it is notorious. When you are done with school, there's exactly one thing that you can do very well, that is going to school. If we focus just on the BOLD program, because it's impossible to focus on everything, we see that from 2017 to 2019, learners increased by 1.2%, teachers by 2.7%, but schools decreased by 3%. Now, which schools closed, where did they close, and how is a room made which is left open by them? In Gauteng, for instance, there are 254 less schools than 3 years ago, while a migration of 1.5 million people, of some 300,000 should be of school-going age, are expected annually into the province. Now, this information I did not get from the report. I had to get it elsewhere, as I find it of interest. Now, the Accelerated School Infrastructure Initiative, ACIDI program, what is it based on? What we know about it is that 2 out of 15 schools which should have been built had been built, and the 10 out of 240 which should have gotten sanitation had done so. So it's not working, but it's actually accelerating the provincial programs, and we know nothing about that. Now, we could shortly refer to the perceived value of education and educators, which is not very well or very high, as we can see by the lack of uptake of all the Fundza Lushaka bursaries. we could say that the default position should be that communities who value education and whose schools are run very well by the school governing bodies should have the highest level of determination of how school is conducted in their communities. Thank you, Mr. House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP shares the deep concerns about the leakages that have happened with the matric examinations. This obviously is of great concern to every one of us here as it impinges upon the integrity of those examinations. And we note that some people have been arrested, but surely one needs to delve deeper into who is receiving money and who is paying money for the leakages of these matric examination papers. Secondly, the ACDP has, of course, expressed itself very strongly on the issue of comprehensive sexuality education. Now, I'd ask members, yes, we are in favor of age-appropriate sex education at schools. But if you look very carefully at what is being presented at some of the pilot projects, you would be concerned. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM, the ATM, good. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the issues by the portfolio should conduct its own thanks to school rely solely on should properly
Honourable Member,
contractors or
Honourable Member from the NFP, we can hardly hear you. I suggest you switch off your video, please. Switch off the video and then it will be better. You may continue now without the video.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Projects to contractor and gain the service of contractors and implement the demands of under expenditure on certain line items as well as wasteful expenditure be addressed to ensure this does not recur. Consequence management needs to be implemented by the department. The National Freedom Party learned that the department paid Rand Water 200 million to supply emergency water tanks to more than 3,000 schools. Rand Water procured tanks from 40 different suppliers, and the average cost of 5,000 litre and 10,000 litre tanks was 5,020 and 9,551 respectively. We believe, as the NFP, that the department should begin looking into long-term solutions to address the issue of water shortages and installing permanent water infrastructure in schools. For 3,000 schools to receive emergency water tanks tells us that there are 3,000 schools in South Africa in this day and age that do not have access to running water. This is a significant problem. We understand that it comes down to fiscal constraints on long-term permanent solutions. Jobs will be created while providing access to water for our schools. These water tanks are a temporary solution, which at the time when COVID-19 was still paralyzing the country, were necessary, but it does not really solve the problem. We would like to implore the department to start looking into long-term measures in addressing this matter. As for the procurement for the asset projects, our departments, or rather our government, is notoriously known for flouted procurement processes. This has been a perpetual issue, an ongoing problem, but the appetite to resolve it through the introduction of stringent measures to reduce the inconsistencies on procurement processes just does not come up. Day in, day out in parliamentary committee meetings, members complain about wasteful expenditure and the lack of implementation of consequence management, particularly to officials that are responsible. People need to be held to account directly and personally. We note the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee and implore the Department of Basic Education to invest on long-term solutions for school infrastructure projects. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The AIC. Cope.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I'm sorry that I happen to outside now. The department should pull up its socks to meet its target. There should be thorough monitoring. You are aware of the challenges that were brought by the COVID-19, but we should never give up. We should keep on trying to make our occupation better. The problem with infrastructure is always a challenge. It's a very serious one. But this also has got to be met, and the solution should be brought to this problem of infrastructure. We would like now to hear what happened to the 11 billion that was announced by the President in the Cooperative district for infrastructure. I think now this should be seen being implemented. Honourable Chairperson, the employment of educators now should be serious, should take place. There should be no post that is not occupied. Because if there are posts that are not occupied, it means now our learners would suffer. We should also consider now the changes that can be brought to our curriculum so that we can meet the challenges of growing our economy through education. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you. Cope has indicated they're not making a declaration. Al-Jamaa.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, many parents are grateful for the special efforts that the Minister made to make sure that their children received some quality education, and many were able to write. We are aware of the fact that 50,000 children did not return to school, and the Minister has been quite open and said that if anyone doesn't want to go to school, she doesn't have a quarrel with it, because we understand that with COVID, no one was certain what is the best thing for their children. A community in Heathfield in Cape Town on the Cape Flats, the community decided and the school governing body decided to persuade the principal not to reopen the school at the height of the epidemic. And the school principal even wrote to the cabinet asking that all schools would rather be closed. So maybe on the side of caution to protect their children. But Al-Jamaa is very disturbed that this principal has now been hauled before a disciplinary hearing for his freedom of speech and his right to deliver constructive criticism. The minister having given communities and school governing bodies the right to keep their children at home, cannot turn her face because it's a provincial matter. She needs to make sure that and bring the provincial authorities to book and withdraw this disciplinary case against Mr. Newman of Heathfield High School. He only, it was very difficult for many of us during the pandemic to make decisions, and maybe he made the wrong decision. I earlier on complimented the minister for at least making sure that teaching took place. I just hope the minister will now do the right thing and intervene. Lastly, Honourable Chair, so much hard work has been put in this year. We've lost 50,000 children. Al-Jamaa's position, and we've put a motion to Parliament to that effect, that all learners from up to grade 11 should be promoted to the next year, because a lot was done this year. So next year, if they're in a higher grade and they didn't deserve to be there, there'll be catch-up programs and they won't lose a year, Honourable Chair. But coming back to Mr. Newman, once again appeal to the Minister of Basic Education. You said that children can stay at home, so if a community decided that, you must not allow your provincial heads now to do that. And in the Western Cape, we have this particular problem of Baskap. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the honorable members. The ANC rises to support the report on basic education. Chairperson, 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children is an important period for the nation to reflect and introspect on the progress on women empowerment and gender-based violence and femicide. Our education system and curriculum should inculcate values among the boy child to respect the girl child. Teaching our children gender equality will contribute positively in raising the population of men who do not abuse women. The African National Congress has always placed the education in the center of human development. Basic education plays a critical role in ensuring that our people acquire skills for the development and the development of the society. The ANC, in its Ready to Govern, in which provides a policy direction for the democratic government, stated that the provision of free and compulsory education will be based on equalizing the per capita expenditure between black and white education. This will be done within the framework which ensures that resources are redistributed to the most disadvantaged sectors of our society, in particular women, rural and other students, and mentally or physically disabled children and others. The coronavirus pandemic has exposed these social fault lines which continue to impact our education sector. The democratic government of the ANC has always placed the equalization of education amongst whites and blacks through capacitating schools in rural and underdeveloped areas. Today, we are able to celebrate top-performing learners who come from rural and township schools. Social position in society, gender or race does not determine whether a learner gets the opportunity to excel in their education. The provision of school transport and the nutrition programs by the Department of Basic Education has enabled learners to focus and complete their studies. We need to welcome and appreciate the intervention by the Department of Basic Education during the peak of the coronavirus pandemic. The risk-adjusted approach enabled the department to plan the reopening, which has enabled the grade 12s to be able to complete the 2020 school calendar. The report of the fourth quarter reflects the progress of implementation of the department's mandate. Some of the challenges in our schools are also beyond the control of the department. Provision of water, for example, is a responsibility of local government, and also the inability of municipalities to provide water results in schools not having access to water. The Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative has numerous challenges, but the department has strengthened the technical capabilities in engineering to improve the delivery of infrastructure projects, with reporting of projects on a continuous basis. We are confident that the appointment of engineers will improve the performance. Of great concern to the portfolio committee is the vandalism of schools infrastructure, which delays the construction of new school buildings. Our community, civil society, political parties, traditional leaders, religious leaders should unite our people in protecting the school infrastructure. Notwithstanding the challenges mentioned above, the department is cautiously optimistic that the learners will again do well this year. Finally, Chairperson, the comments made earlier on by the honorable member from the DA is disappointing, to say the least. What perhaps we could say that it's perhaps she is anti-women, because here in the Western Cape, they have got a male-dominated cabinet. If probably the minister was a male, she would be singing praises. And thank you very much, Chairperson. The ANC supports.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
The objection is noted. Are there any further objections?
Chairperson, please note the objection
Please
of
note
the
the
EFF+.
objection of the EFF Chairperson.
Thank you.
And the ICDB, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further objections? There's no further objections. The report is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Social Development on recommendations of high-level panel on assessment of key legislation and acceleration of fundamental change.
I now call upon the chairperson of the committee, who will introduce the report, the Honorable Gungubele.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. We present this report at a moment when the Minister of Social Development has recently relaunched the Gender-Based Violence Command Center. The objective is to enable quick and shortened responses to high volumes of gender-based violence and femicide-related cases received. We welcome this great stride to combat GBVF as we launch as a country 16 days of activism gender against based violence and femicide. We sternly urge all men in South Africa to stop abusing and killing women and children and to hold each other accountable when and if they know perpetrators of such atrocities. The department briefed the committee on identified high-level panel findings and recommendations. The briefing also included interventions made by provinces, intermediate actions, and long-term implementation plans. We welcome these intermediate action plans that will be implemented annually and long-term actions that will be implemented over a period of 5 years. To ensure that we monitor the implementation of these recommendations, we have indicated to the department that progress on the implementation must be included in their quarterly reports. This is to enable the committee to engage on the implementation and also to be solution-based where and when challenge exists in the implementation process. Honorable Chair, in our engagement with the department, concerns were raised that it seems not to have a tracking plan that enables it to record gaps and challenges in the sector. We were also concerned about the non-completion of the Substance Abuse Treatment Center in the Free State, and we wanted a finalized date for its completion. We also encouraged the department to maintain its partnership with the Government Communication and Information System so as to improve its information dissemination. Honorable members, we must commend progress made by the department on some of the recommendations. These include the following: expediting the retabling of the Children's Amendment Bill and the Social Assistance Amendment Bill. The Children's Amendment Bill is in front of the committee, whilst the Social Assistance Amendment Bill is awaiting the President's signature. The new drug master plan has been approved and is being implemented. The Victim Support Service Bill has been approved by the Cabinet, and we are just awaiting for it to reach the committee. These, therefore, are the outstanding recommendations, which I'm going to read as follows. The Speaker, together with the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, to engage with the House Chairpersons and the Chairpersons of committees to organize joint meetings on gender-based violence and murder of children and substance abuse. The Minister of Social Development ensures that the department acts on its plans to amend the Prevention of and Treatment of Substance Abuse Act, I beg your pardon. The Minister of Social Development ensures that between 2020 to 2022 financial years, the department amends the Older Persons Act, submit it to Cabinet for approval and to Parliament for processing and passing. Our committee is tasked with ensuring that within this sixth term of administration, the recommendations of this report of the High Panel are implemented to accelerate fundamental change We will continuously work with the department to monitor the action plans, ensure that we quarterly receive update reports, and ensure that provinces do their best to render services in line with key legislation. We table this report by the high-level panel for noting. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Modulasetulo ha ke lebohe re tsitsinya hore tlaleho ena e amohelwe jwalo ka ba e beiwe hara ntlo mona. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration, the opportunity to do so. The DA.
Honourable Chair, thank you for this opportunity. The high-level panel on the assessment of legislation and acceleration of fundamental change, as commissioned by the Speakers Forum, raised very critical issues on legislation. As far as the Department of Social Development is concerned, the work covers a number of areas, including the South African Social Security Act No. 9 of 2004, Older Persons Act 13 of 2006, Prevention and Treatment for Substance Abuse Act No. 70 of 2008, ECD, Gender-Based Violence, Domestic Violence Act 116 of 1998. The Department of Social Development has heeded the recommendations of the high-level panel on a legislation-by-legislation basis and has presented its response to the committee. This is encouraging. There are many areas in the high-level panel's report where submissions to the panel were quite complementary to the content and policy and legislation. If it were not for the dogged, stubborn failure by government to implement the legislation, the country would be headed towards a more progressive trajectory. Therefore, I seek to bring to the fore the critical aspects of the work that has been neglected. Currently, caregivers are being utilized in many sectors of welfare in South Africa. They serve within our healthcare environments, and they serve as an extension of qualified professionals to observe, to care, to support, and to report. Firstly, there is a need for recognition and training of caregivers by the Department of Social Development. This would ensure that older persons in old age homes and other facilities receive the quality service they deserve. Additionally, it would ensure that the over 3 million care workers estimated to be in this sector are not exploited by unscrupulous training providers. Exploitation of caregivers is rife, especially due to the lack of guidelines furnished by this department. The second issue I would like to highlight, Chairperson, is that despite caregivers' elaborate service, they are not formally recognized by the Department of Social Development, and there's no regulatory body that prescribes proper guidelines and the code of conduct for caregivers. This creates a challenge when it comes to responsibility and accountability. There are currently no clear rules, regulations, or code of ethics for this category of staff. Without clear guidelines and training, many are not held accountable for their actions. Additionally, the panel also made reference to the problems that were identified in a meeting between the Portfolio Committee on Social Development and South African Older Persons Forum. This is the third issue I would like to highlight. In a meeting, it was revealed that home-based care services are mostly rendered by NGOs, faith-based organizations. Even though these organizations take on the majority of caregivers' responsibility, most of them are inadequately funded. Again, this leads to poor provision of such services which affect the most vulnerable. Honorable Chair, the issues that I've just mentioned highlight the gap in legislation and policy. Critical aspects of the department's work have not been implemented, despite the existence of relevant legislation. the sector is desperately urging the department to operationalize the existing legislation while working on recommendations of the high-level panel. Honorable Chair, whilst on the issue of implementing existing legislation, the department has not achieved their target to review the white paper on families because few service providers that were available were not registered on the Children's Services Directory. We urge the Honourable Minister to ensure that this review is prioritised in 2021 as the strengthening family unit plays a fundamental and critical role in ensuring a self-reliant and healthy society. Lastly, Chairperson, while the committee has concrete recommendations to which to hold the Honourable Minister of Social Development and her department, as the Democratic Alliance, we call on the Minister and the department to ensure that they look after the vulnerable sector of society, that it has a mandate via legislation to serve and to protect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, the first thing we must register is that we are not pleased with the carefree nature in which the committee and this House take matters as serious as this report we are dealing with here today. The report was referred to the committee in June 2018. It was only discussed in February and then in September 2019. We have failed millions of children and other vulnerable groups because of these delays. The report makes a number of critical findings, such as the fact that Social Assistance Act may be prejudicial towards child-headed households, something that the EFF has been arguing for a very long time. These households cannot access the child support grant for themselves here. There is no supervising adult to apply for these grants of these households. Equally so, the Older Persons Act was identified as not having comprehensive enough protection for all people who are excluding from accessing housing from whose level of care from and not conducive, particularly Black and poor people. These and a number of points and recommendations highlighted in this high-level panel report deserve urgent attention from this House, and there must be a number of legislative amendments coming out of this process to ensure that the most vulnerable are protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable House Chairperson, I rise first and foremost on behalf of the IFP as we commemorate the 16 Days of Activism campaign to remember all those that we have lost due to this gender-based violence pandemic. Our grandmothers, our mothers, our sisters, our daughters. We must do more to protect them. Chairperson, for many years we've decried this department's lack of urgency in dealing with a number of critical issues. For far too long, this department has been limping from one crisis to another. Limping from a leadership crisis to a credibility crisis. Limping from a social worker crisis to a foster care grant crisis. Limping from one court case to another. Through the inaction of its former minister, this department failed in its mandate to lead in the fight against gender-based violence. It failed NGOs, MPOs, ECDs and shelters, all of which remain underfunded. It failed people with disabilities by not prioritizing their needs and rights. It failed child-headed households who could not access the child support grant. It rendered vulnerable children more vulnerable by collapsing the foster care system. It failed social workers who remain unemployed and those struggling with substance abuse who still cannot access treatment centers. Consider that in 2018, Cabinet instructed its ministers to absorb all social workers trained by the state. This has not happened. Then consider the countless elderly people who risk their lives sleeping outside SASSA offices for days on end without getting paid. Consider the unforgivable theft of food parcels by government officials with not a single arrest. And then consider the fact that some NGOs had to drag this department to court for the non-payment of NGOs who were looking after the vulnerable during the lockdown period.
Yeah, okay.
The Sergeant at Arms, can you please remove the Honorable Linda Moss from the platform? Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Consider the fact that NGOs had to drag this department to court for the non-payment of NGOs.
Chairperson, I'm sorry, on a point of order. The chamber is muted, so we can't hear anything. I can see Honourable van der Merwe's lips moving, but I can't hear anything.
Okay, we'll attend to that. Will we ensure that the members on the virtual platform can hear the debate that is taking place? Thank you, Honourable Member. Proceed.
Should I restart?
No, please don't.
Okay. Well, consider the fact that NGOs had to drag this department to court after the non-payment of NGOs who were looking after the elderly.
Chairperson, point of order. Can you hear us?
Yes, Honourable Member, what is the point of order? What is the point of order, Honourable Member?
Honourable Julius and Briat, this is Singh. I can hear you,
yes.
But I don't suppose you are in the chamber.
No, I'm not in the chamber, Honourable Singh.
Honourable Singh, what is the problem?
Seems as if we are disconnected from the chamber.
Thank you, Honourable Members. Thank you for informing me. Before we proceed, can we kindly ensure? I don't know, sometimes it seems to me the people who are sitting in front and controlling the staff who's sitting in ICT is not in front of the computers. They leave it alone. And when we experience a problem, it takes time for them to come back and to fix it. It shouldn't be like that. They should be on duty throughout the session, and we should not alert them that there's something wrong with the system and they are not at their workplaces. It's unacceptable. It's an instance where it's tantamount to sabotaging the work of the National Assembly. So can they please correct that immediately? Honourable Singh, are we audible now from the chamber?
Yes, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you.
You are.
You may now proceed, Honourable van der Merwe.
But House Chairperson, should I not restart now? Because
Please don't. Just continue.
But how fair is that? Because then you're giving me 30 seconds, basically. out of
No,
my
you've
declaration.
commenced your speech. We're working on a hybrid model. We heard you in the chamber.
Okay, House Chair. It's not fair.
Chairperson, point of order.
Oh, my God.
What is the point of order, Honourable Member?
Chairperson, we could not hear from the virtual platform what the member said for about 1 minute.
Okay.
So if the member can just restart from where we didn't hear, thank you.
So, Honourable van der Merwe, given the fact that my attention has been drawn to it, and I'm glad the honourable members on the virtual platform is following the debate, can you restart your input, please?
Thank you very much to the Democratic Alliance for helping me there. House Chairperson, I rise first and foremost on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party as we commemorate the 16 Days of Activism campaign to remember all those that we've lost due to this pandemic. Our grandmothers, our mothers, our sisters, our daughters. We can and must do more to protect them. Chairperson, for many years we've decried this department's lack of urgency in dealing with a number of critical issues. For far too long, this department has been limping from one crisis to another, limping from a leadership crisis to a credibility crisis, limping from a social worker crisis to a foster grant crisis, limping from one court case to another. Through the inaction of its former minister, the department failed in its mandate to lead in the fight against gender-based violence. It failed NGOs, MPOs, ECDs, and shelters, all of which remain underfunded. It failed people with disabilities by not prioritizing their needs and rights. It failed child-headed households who could not access the child support grant. It rendered vulnerable children more vulnerable by collapsing the foster care system. It failed social workers who remain unemployed and those struggling with substance abuse who still cannot access treatment centers. Consider that in 2018, Cabinet instructed its ministers to absorb all social workers trained by the state. This has not happened. Then consider the countless elderly people who risk their lives sleeping outside SASSA offices for days on end without getting paid. Consider the unforgivable theft of food parcels by government officials without a single arrest. And then consider the fact that NGOs had to drag this department to court for the non-payment of these NGOs who were looking after the most vulnerable and elderly during the lockdown period. The treatment of some NGOs by this department is simply not good enough. Simply put, despite good laws, this department has failed in its constitutional mandate. It is against this background that the high-level panel on the assessment of key legislation, led by former President Motlanthe, found much of the same. One of the most painful findings was that the department's inability to protect the elderly from abuse and even ensuring that they've got the most basics, like food and shelter. There's been very little progress from the department in addressing legislative gaps to protect the elderly. Despite the Old Persons Amendment Bill having been approved in 2017 for tabling to Parliament, more than 3 years later, this has still not been done. This, too, is simply not good enough. Amendments to the Older Persons Act must be tabled, processed, and expedited without further delay. It is the most vulnerable who bear the brunt of this department's failures, Honourable Chairperson. We can and must do better. The department must do better. The IFP supports the recommendations as contained in this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. The high-level panel did a good job in identifying problem areas that need to be addressed with the utmost urgency. It gives a good framework to start turning the social development portfolio around. But if the department and its entities were really honest with each other, I think they would have been able to work it out themselves, as the problem areas are quite clear, but let's leave it at that. The engagement and the report are very clear on the constraints being experienced, as well as certain gaps that have as yet not been adequately addressed. Issues that, in my opinion, are due to a lack of doing the basics right. I would specifically like to start with treatment and substance abuse. I come from the Free State, and I cannot tell you through how many State of the Province addresses I have had to listen to the Premier brag about the Botshabelo Treatment Centre and how in that year it will open. 8 years, maybe more, I've lost count. It is now 2020. The umpteenth deadline has passed, and I have yet to see it accept patients. This is really unacceptable, to say the least. In the rural parts of the Western Cape, substance abuse is so out of control that dealers have become so emboldened that they are dealing straight from government properties, stealing SASSA cards and wrecking lives. I had a concerned citizen phone me with a specific example in his district. He had escalated it as high as the Premier and National Department without success. Substance abuse is a disease wrecking lives, families, communities. We cannot afford to just talk and promise anymore. We need to take action. Our NGOs, the majority of them, do an excellent job in terms of the treatment of substance abuse, caring for the old, fragile, sickly, young, and those who cannot take care of themselves. Yet their subsidy payments are erratic, as with ECDs. We cannot expect our NGOs, to perform their extremely important and vital work if we do not empower them, if we do not pay them on time. To take care of people costs money. If you do not have money, if your electricity is cut because you cannot pay because of subsidies not being paid, you are setting people up to fail. Minister, I urge you to keep your provincial MECs accountable. They need to take this portfolio seriously. Just because they work with people that have less than them, it does not mean that they get to treat them as such. But to conclude and briefly touch on GBV, the National Council Against GBV has been disbanded since 2014. The announcement of its reinception is welcome, but it is a little too late. Too little too late. And in 2013, 7 years ago, yes, 7, the department developed a South African integrated program to address violence against women and children. It has not been officially launched or implemented to date, but now, post-Uyinene, we are trying to develop yet another program to combat violence against women and children. The simple solution, Chairperson, let's start doing the basic things right the first time. I thank you.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, gender-based violence is an outrage and we in Parliament across all political lines have condemned it, and we've taken a strong stand against it. But we still see the levels still maintaining, and we still see it being committed with rapes and murders taking place. And this is totally unacceptable. Chairperson, the high-level panel report was produced in November 2017. That's 3 years ago. It was considered by this committee during the 5th and the 6th Parliament, and it highlights the then already gender-based violence and deficiencies in the Domestic Violence Act. It mentions these include non-compliance with many of the provisions of the Act, the lack of understanding of its obligations, and a lack of concerted effort by government to combat GBV. That was 3 years ago. Now, as we know, as a result of a concerted effort, the Justice Committee is now dealing with a raft of amendments to deal with gender-based violence. One of those relates to the Domestic Violence Act. Part of what the Justice Committee is doing is calling every department to say, if we pass this bill, will you be able to implement it? Do you have the resources? And I think that is very helpful, and the ACDP supports that. But we cannot but wonder, had the recommendations of the high-level panel report been implemented 3 years ago, maybe the level of gender-based violence would have been reduced dramatically already. We also look forward to the victim support bill coming before Parliament. The Justice Committee also needs to look into that, because many victims of crime do need assistance. The Substance Abuse Act and Amendment Bill and the Older Persons Amendment Bill are to be welcomed. So, Chair, had we implemented the high-level panel report in various of these issues, and we know one of the recommendations relates to a coordinated, a cross-sectoral issue. Parliament should consider having regular, annual, mandatory, dedicated, intersectoral public hearings on gender-based violence with all the different departments. We're going to do that now, yes, but maybe it is a little bit too late, but better late than never. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM, the ATM, good. The NFP,
Honourable House Chair, the National
Honourable Member, the connection is very bad. I will proceed to the next party, and I will ask that you get some assistance to re-establish your connection.
With regards to early childhood development, it is such big gaps.
Honourable Member, we will proceed to the next party and get back to you so that you can get a better connection. I want to recognize the AIC.
Honourable Chairperson, I'm going to the very short declaration that I'm going to make is that we support the report. Thank you very much.
Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I attended a global parliamentary members meeting, and the issue came up about gender-based violence, and it looks like that there are many countries much worse off than South Africa. So this seems to be an international problem. My concern is that it is only going to get worse here in South Africa as we catch up with the rest of the world, which is very sad, Honourable Chair. The command centre need to have standby forces in every village and town and suburb to protect women, just like we have a standby force in Africa to silence the guns. We need a standby force under the control of the command center to assist women. For example, there needs to be panic buttons, and if a woman presses the button, then an armed response must come to her aid and then make sure that she gets to a shelter or get some assistance. The Minister our social welfare has done well during the pandemic, put a plate of hot food on many people's table, but the challenges are so great, and we just wish everything of the best for the future to address all the issues that has been raised in this House today. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Let's go back to the NFP. Honourable CBC, are you there?
Yes, Chair.
No, Honourable CBC, it's worse now. Honourable CBC. Honourable CBC. Honourable CBC, we unfortunately cannot
regards
hear
to
you.
early childhood development, it is extremely concerning that there are such big gaps of disparity in terms. The committee found that, for example,
Honourable CBC.
Am I audible now?
No, you are not audible, Honourable CBC.
Yes, sir.
Honourable CBC, you are not audible.
Okay.
Do you support the report or not?
Yeah, no, I can hear. I support the report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
We support the report.
Thank you. Due to the connection problems, unfortunately, we won't be able to hear the member's speech. The ANC. The ANC, the Honourable Stock.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the launch by Deputy Minister to open a community care center for vulnerable children and safe spaces for men in the Northwest. The care center will provide psychosocial care and support services and skills development to orphans and vulnerable children, including child-headed households and the youth. The safe space for men will provide men and boys of all ages a safe space to engage in an open, non-judgmental conversations where they can be vulnerable in the presence of their peers. This launch coincided with the launch of the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence campaign. We hope that this center and men's lounge will be used for their intended purposes and that they will contribute positively in the communities of the Northwest Province. We urge all South Africans to support these campaigns, and we urge men in particular to stop abusing and killing women and children. The ANC rises in support of this report. We are also committed towards ensuring that the recommendations of the high-level panel report are practically and efficiently implemented to ensure that the fundamental change is accelerated. The department's intermediate actions and long-term plans are central towards facilitating the accelerated fundamental change as per the high-level panel report. As mentioned by the chairperson, there are areas that we have collectively worked on with the department which have been implemented. However, there are areas which have either or not been implemented and fall within the long-term plans, and there are some which are still work in progress. These areas include the intermediate actions related to the implementation of the language policy by the department to ensure that those documents are edited properly for easier access. Long-term plans include the establishment of a language units and mainstream use of language in the DSD framework and policies. In relation to refugees and migrants, it is important that people and communities are trained to understand population policy, demography, and also planning. The DSD has undertaken short-term planning on population migration, sustainable development and human rights, which is being rolled out in all provinces. We'll continue to monitor the implementation of these policies. As part of the intermediate interventions by the DSD, We will also ensure that data collected on gender-based violence and on women and population is reliable and current. We will continue monitoring the development and implementation of long-term plans that address research gaps and provide appropriate interventions. Continuous technical support to stakeholders, also on the population priorities, especially on data collection and dissemination. We welcome the efforts made by DSD to integrate into one the sexual offences register, which exists both in the DSD Department of Justice. We make a delicate yet stern plea to employers to screen their candidates, employees who work within the children, as it is also a legislative imperative, and it's also important in our fight against GBVF. We will monitor this progress of fixing the widely accepted definition of disability lacuna. This includes the fast tracking of the amendment, social assistance amendment bill, also which is actually envisaged to address this. We welcome the strides that the DSD has made to ensure that it comes up with an improvement plan which enables us to collectively monitor the implementation of plans and also to quickly address challenges when and where they actually exist. We also commend the initiative that the department has taken in relation to planning when it comes to the construction of one treatment center and one halfway house in each province to the substance abuse treatment conditional grant. This approach has ensured that within the past 5 years, the DSD built 4 treatment centers. This is far much better than building through the Department of Public Works, which actually usually takes 5 or 10 years to complete in one province. We reaffirm our commitment that we are going to collectively work with the entire social development portfolio to ensure that the oversight that we undertake is a tool of accountability of development. We will continue to ensure that this work is founded on the evidence and is also result-based in terms of its implementation. It makes tangible improvements in the lives of ordinary people on the ground. We also welcome the high-level recommendations. The AC supports this committee reports on the high-level panel. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now wish to recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Honourable Chair of Chairs, I move that this report be noted instead of adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. The motion is that the report be noted. Are there any objections? No objections. The report will thus be noted. The Secretary will read the 7th and 8th orders together.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology on financial and non-financial performance of 2019-2020, second, third and fourth quarters, and 2020-2021 first quarter of Department of Science and Innovation, and consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology on 2019-2020, second, third, fourth quarters, and 2020-2021 first quarter performance report, and revised 2020-21 annual performance plan of the Department of Higher Education and Training.
I now invite the chairperson of the committee, the Honourable Mapulane, who will introduce the reports. The Honourable Mapulane.
Honourable House Chairperson, honourable members, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. The Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Technology received a briefing on the 19th and on the 26th of August 2020 from the 2 departments of Higher Education and Training and Science and Innovation on their financial and non-financial performance for 2019 and 2020 second, third and fourth quarters, and on the 2020-2021 first quarter performance reports. The Department of Science and Innovation is responsible for developing, coordinating, and managing the National System of Innovation, which is the network of institutions, organizations, and policies that work together to achieve a common set of social, economic goals and objectives for the development and application of science, technology, and innovation in South Africa. The National Development Plan articulates an aspiration in terms of which South Africa's national system of innovation is expanded and that the total investment in research and development is at 1.5% of the country's GDP. However, the latest data shows that investments in R&D is at 0.83 of the GDP, lagging behind the 1.5% target aspired for by the NDP. Honorable members, if we are to fulfill the needs of a modern economy, both government and the private sector must ramp up the levels of investment in R&D. The key issues in DSI for the financial quarters under review include the development of the decadal plan, which is a key instrument to implement the 2019 white paper on science, technology, and innovation. The committee welcomes the sterling work that the department, together with its entities, has done in contributing towards interventions in response to COVID-19, which include, among others, enhancing the testing and diagnosing capability of pathology laboratories, ensuring that South Africa has the capability to produce the vaccine once it is available, and locally designing and manufacturing much-needed ventilators for the treatment of critically ill COVID-19 patients. These interventions demonstrate the centrality of science, technology, and innovation in sustaining life and livelihoods and have been critical to the national COVID-19 response. Besides the few concerns that the committee has, we are satisfied with the overall performance of the Department of Science and Innovation. As a matter of fact, there is unanimity in the committee that this is one of the best performing government departments in the Republic. In this regard, we would like to take this opportunity and congratulate the Director General of this department, Dr. Phil Mjwaka, on being awarded the Best Director General for 2020 during the recently held Batupele Excellent Awards. Honorable members, expanding access to post-school education and training opportunities remain a fundamental priority of the ANC-led 6th administration. It is the mandate of higher education and training to ensure that an integrated, coordinated, and articulated PSET system for improved economic participation and social development of our young people. For 2019-2020 second, third, and fourth quarters, DHED reported overall quarterly performance of 61.5%, 59%, and 76.2% respectively. In considering the performance of DHED, the committee remains concerned, one, that the slower than projected spending in TVET college infrastructure, which resulted in funds being reallocated to other government departments, the delays in the procurement of laptops by NSFAS to facilitate remote learning and teaching. In this regard, the committee has since unanimously resolved to conduct an oversight inquiry into this and other allegations that have been brought to the committee's attention. I wish to appeal to this House, honorable members, that no political party must play to the gallery and grandstand here about these issues, as it is an important oversight inquiry whose necessity the entire portfolio committee led by the ANC is united across the political divide. The insufficient allocation of funding for feasibility studies for the two universities as announced by President Ramaphosa during the SONA address, we are of the view that the 5 million is not sufficient to undertake this massive task, and we therefore urge the department to identify additional resource allocation.
Honourable Member, your time has now expired.
The ANC recommends that the House adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Chair, Sorry, Chair. I'm sorry, Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chair of Chairs and the House, I move that this report be adopted.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration, the opportunity to do so. The Democratic Alliance.
The DA is extremely concerned with the continued mediocre performance of the Department of Higher Education in ensuring that 108 billion of taxpayers' money given to it is tangibly used to impact the lives of young people through skilling them on relevant curricula. The department continues to add on the 10 and 12-year problems created by the Department of Basic Education in failing the young people of this country by poorly skilling them under unconducive learning environments and outdated curricula. Having considered the 2019-20 second, third, and fourth quarter reports of DHET, it is appalling that the same decadal issues reoccur at the department, the TVET sector, the National Skills Branch, especially the CETAs, which are the cash cows of the minister, and the forever scandalous NSFAS, regardless of the budget, through taxpayers' money being made available and targets.
On a point of order. On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honourable Member, what is your point of order?
I'm rising on rule number 85. The members just said that the TVET colleges are the cash cow of the minister, which implies that he is getting benefit from what is happening there. I think there must be a substantive motion. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Member, at the podium, did you say that?
I can repeat the sentence, Chair. I said, Chair, especially the CETAs, who are apparent cash cows of the minister and his cronies.
You must withdraw that remark, please.
I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you.
And the forever scandalous NSFAS, regardless of budget being made available through taxpayers' money, not meeting their service delivery targets, or making an impact in producing graduates that won't add to the over 60% youth unemployment in the country. Over 40% of the department's targets have not been achieved in the last 18 months, and there's been a constant decline throughout all quarters. Throughout all quarters, you must be angry if you're poorly performing. Throughout all quarters, there has been underspending of over 36 million for critical vacancies, particularly in the TVET branch, which is the most poorly performing branch in the Department of Higher Education at only 29% of their targets. As a result, 600 million has been underspent throughout all these quarters on the infrastructure maintenance grant of TVET colleges. I visited those colleges in January in 7 provinces. There are appalling conditions where there are poor toilets, no Wi-Fi on campus, poor study facilities, no infrastructure in labs and in spaces in which students are supposed to study in workshops. Yet the minister stands here and the chairperson stands here and says that the ANC is serious about TVET colleges. Clearly they're not. The failure to appoint the DDG of the TVET branch has resulted in the increase of the certification backlog. How is it that you go and study the TVET, when you are done writing your examination and complete a course, you're still not certificated? And yet we stand here and we want to talk about youth unemployment, which is sitting at over 60%, yet the department is failing to do a basic justice of giving a certificate to a graduate. Furthermore, the review of the TVET curriculum is a continuous problem, as many graduates graduate with outdated courses and in an outdated curriculum, and that's why they sit at home, can't find work. How do you encourage young people to go and study in oversaturated courses, yet they won't be able to get out and find work? The National Skills Branch is responsible for the CETAs that have completely collapsed. Just 2 CETAs have contributed to over 1.2 billion of irregular expenditure, in particular the construction CETA, which apparently the chairperson is the friend of a minister and all of a sudden has resigned without any accountability, which has poorly performed, and the agri CETA. And these CETAs are continuously failing to give students their basic stipends. As a result of this mess, they have not been able to produce the required artisans. The most concerning of all and the most painful is that NSFAS over 2 consecutive years have failed to account on the over 30 billion of taxpayers' money, not ANC money, taxpayers' money, that is meant for poor students, and has an irregular expenditure of 7.6 billion. And today, we're told that we must not grandstand on the issue of NSFAS laptops. The reality of the situation is that it's now November. Students are writing examinations. They still have not received their laptops. And the minister is alleged to have interfered in the tender process for those laptops, yet they were supposed to do e-learning. If the ANC is serious about the skills development of the young people in this country, they need to ensure that this full independent inquiry into the laptop tender at NSFAS and the alleged interference of the minister is expedited. Secondly, whoever is found into being corrupt and involved in money laundering at NSFAS must face the full might of the law and be held personally accountable. We need to expedite the full distribution of allowances for the extended academic year, not the wishy-washy statements given by the minister last week. The department must fill vacancies to ensure that the TVET branch uses the budget given to them and change the infrastructure in the TVET colleges so that that money is not redirected to things like the SAA. And lastly, the system of CETAs must be fully overhauled, investigated, so that money that is supposed to skill students is not going to the pockets of those that belong to the minister. I thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chairperson, as a point of principle, we must raise our concern on the situation at institutions of higher learning in this country, particularly where the academic year has been extended, yet no financial support is being provided. At the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, students have been brutalized by police and suspended by university machinery for demanding no financial exclusions and their allowances for what is to be an extended academic year. The EFF sends its unwavering solidarity to this brave generation, and we encourage them never to abandon the genuine struggle for free education at all costs and oppose free increments wherever they may raise their ugly head. Chair, in the midst of this, thousands of students are left out of the higher education system every year. Just recently, the department indicated that NSFAS was going to defund over 5,000 students because of some flimsy excuses. At the center of this compromising of NSFAS and its collapse and corruption is the NSFAS administrator, Randall Carlson. We therefore want to state unequivocally that the Honorable Mapulane must never therefore seek to suggest that we are grandstanding openly about the crisis confronting the sector, because we are not part of a unanimous perspective of endorsing mediocrity. Over and above this, many TVET colleges are struggling to provide tuition, and they have a shortage of staff, and some do not have the equipment needed to give proper tuition. Despite this, the Department of Higher Education is still underspending on vacant TVET positions, compromising the future of students who depend on these TVETs. Moreover, there was slower than projected spending in the TVET College Infrastructure Grant during the 3 quarters of the 2019-2020 financial year. All of this points to a department that is not serious about its mandate and is prepared to risk the lives of students because of its chronic incompetence. The situation is not that different for the Science and Innovation Department too. Funding for postgraduate students is hardly sufficient, and for a country such as ours, which is in dire need for cutting-edge scientific advances, this is a damning condemnation on the department. The Department of Science and Innovation has also not addressed the problem of science graduates, particularly those who did courses such as chemical engineering, who have very limited opportunities once they graduate unless they further their studies elsewhere. It is the responsibility of this department to make science appealing to young black students. Having a large number of unemployed science graduates is not the right way of doing this. We therefore unequivocally reject this report with the contempt it deserves. Thank you very much.
The IFP.
Honorable Speaker, the race to find COVID-19 vaccine continues, yet some of the African countries are not important players in it. South Africa has the potential to become a world leader in the field of research and development in science and technology. Our doctors and scientists have proven time and again that they are able to produce world-class innovations when given support. These innovations are necessary because they have the potential to boost the economy and to create new opportunities for industries to be built around them. The IFP therefore wishes to re-emphasize the need to ensure the researchers receive adequate support and funding. A concern raised by the committee was that the amount of funding and support given to the TVETs and CETs was disappropriately low compared to universities. The Department of Higher Education recently released the national list of occupations in high demand. 50 of the listed jobs were artisans. Jobs such as tractor mechanics, pressure welders, and electrical installation inspectors. If the government is truly committed to creating jobs, more support needs to be given to TVET colleges in order to meet the demands of job market. TVET colleges also have the added benefit of teaching skills that allow for students to be self-employed immediately after school. Self-employment has become increasingly important in these uncertain economic circumstances. Therefore, calls upon the government to adhere to its commitments to build more TVET colleges across the country, as well as to upgrade the existing ones. Another concern raised by the committee was with regards to the vacant posts within the Department of Higher Education and Training, as well as in CT. The posts in the CT sector have not been filled for over a year, despite calls by the committee to do so with immediate effect. It is important that the department prioritize filling these vacancies to ensure that all hands are on deck at the start of the 2021 academic year. Chairperson, it must be said and emphasized that we do have serious problems with NSFAS, and this must now be put right once and for all. The IFP accepts the report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ACDP, sorry, the Freedom Front Plus first. Freedom Front Plus, my apologies, Honourable Swart.
Voorzitter, dankie. Aangesien ons nou met twee departemente in een slot van 3 minuten gaan werk, doen ek het maar in Afrikaans, dit werk soveel vinniger in my kop. Nou, die hele stelsel vir wetenskap en innovasie hou 'n land aan die voorpunt van wat in die gemeenskap, die samelewing, die industrie en die ekonomie aan die gebeur is. Daar is 'n neiging om net aan die natuurwetenskappe en tegnologie aandag te gee, maar innovasie is in werklikheid hoe die menslike gees reageer op uitdagings, geleenthede en tegnologie wat voorhande is. Nou, dit is iets wat 'n staatsdiens of 'n staatsdepartement nie kan doen. Daarom is dit reg dat hierdie departement 92% van sy skrale begroting aan instansies soos die WNR, die RGN, ASAP, die NRF en die TIA, die Technological Innovation Agency, oordra. Die TIA is eintlik 'n perd van 'n ander kleur, aangesien die ander meer hoofstroom wetenskaplike navorsing doen, maar TIA met die finansiering van innoverende idees om dit tot by kommersialisering te bring, daar gespesialiseer. Dit is eintlik 'n ramp dat hierdie departement in reële terme elke jaar 'n bietjie minder van die parlementêre toekenning kry. Dit lei daartoe dat nie alle poste gevul word nie, dat nie alle beurse wat aangebied word opgeneem word nie, want dit is doodgewoon vir mense wat die skaars vaardighede het, die moeite werd om ander geleenthede te gebruik. Onthou op hierdie terrein, as jy nie bybly nie, raak jy agter. Nou, in hierdie verslag van die Departement van Wetenskap en Innovasie is hele Ereshoofd debakel glad nie genoem. Januarie maand was Ereshoofd en die 3D drukproses daar was belangrik genoeg dat dit vir die portefeulje komitee lede gewys is as 'n pronkstuk. Teen Maart is dit in likwidasie geplaas en as die Vryheidsfront nie in die parlement begin vra daaroor nie, het niemand ooit daarvan verslag gegee vir ons nie. Dit is asof die probleem maar net rondgegooi word. Nou, verlede week het die minister van Wetenskap en Innovasie beloof om die verslag daaroor aan die parlement beskikbaar te stel. Tot op datum het nog niks gebeur nie en ek dink ons het nog vandag in 'n bietjie om te hoor. Wat die departement van hoër onderwys betref, is ons bly om te sien dat daar 'n ongekwalifiseerde audit is en tog is die hooffinansiële beampte geskort. Nou, hoe presies werk dit? Waarvoor is hy geskort? Niemand weet. As ons kyk na die afdelings van die universiteite, TVET colleges, vaardigheidsontwikkeling, gemeenskapscolleges, dan sien ons dat die universiteite 'n totaal buite verhouding groot persentasie van die begroting kry. Nie dat universiteite met minder geld kan klaarkom.
Honourable Member, your time is expired.
Yes. Goed, die Vryheidsfront ondersteun beide hierdie verslae.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Honourable House Chair, as we consider these reports from the Department of Higher Education and Technology, the ACDP calls upon the nation to pause for a moment in order to acknowledge and commend all students and staff in higher education for persevering and adapting under some of the most difficult and trying times in the history of education in South Africa. Having a daughter in higher education, the ACDP also wishes to commend all parents who have supported their children during these tumultuous times. Honourable House Chair, the ACDP agrees with the committee's concerns that the CET program, which is the least funded of the departmental programs, and incurred underspending during the 2019-20 fourth quarter. Furthermore, the non-achievement of some of the key targets in the programs were noted with serious concern. The ACDP also notes that the committee reiterated its concern with respect to underfunding of the TVET and CET sectors. Now, it must be noted that some 82% of the department's total budget is allocated to university education program, as voted funds are approved by Parliament. Now, this skewed funding with higher education, as seen by NSFAS disbursements, is perpetuated in higher education. Although our fiscus is currently constrained due to wholesale corruption over the last few years, the ACDP calls for a realignment of the higher education budget so that additional funding can be made available for the baseline increase of the TVET and CET colleges. In building a brains trust and moving our economy out of the quagmire we currently find ourselves in, and also in line with our ACDP education policy, we must commit to building a world-class science and technology system with more higher education institutions. We must improve the quality of technical and higher education institutions and encourage students to study science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and the application of these fields in manufacturing. We must introduce and expand computer coding as a subject at schools in addition to existing information technology subject for grades 10 to 12 as they come into higher education. We must encourage tertiary institutions to increase the availability of interdisciplinary degrees to cover financial innovation, information systems, information technology, big data analysis, and innovation technology. The department fails in these areas. The ACDP supports, however, this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM, ATM, good. The NFP, the AIC.
Thank you, Chairperson. As AIC, we supported this report.
Thank you. Al-Jamaa. Al-Jamaa.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, Al-Jamaa supports the report. However, we are a bit concerned that there is not enough oversight of control, and that the Department of Education feels that they can't interfere too much in the university affairs.
Honourable Hendricks, your connection is unstable.
There must be a way for them to address problems in the is a matter for another day. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I'm done. Honourable Chair, I'm done.
Thank you. The ANC.
Honourable Chairperson of the House, honorable members, but most importantly to all the South Africans watching from home, good afternoon. Today we remember the life of Johnston Mfanafuthi Makhathini, who died on the 3rd of December 1988 in Lusaka, Zambia, after dedicating his life to making the global community aware of the wrongdoings of the apartheid government through his roles as an MK soldier, an NEC member of the ANC, as the head of the ANC's mission to the United Nations, and the head of the ANC's Department of International Affairs. Malungu ahloniphekile, as we take office in the positions that we are placed in with the responsibilities of the roles bestowed upon us, as we do the work that we do, lest we forget those whom this country is founded upon. And as one imagines the South Africa that Comrade Makhathini would have envisaged, a sense of hope is restored by the Department of Science and Innovation, which has yet again obtained a clean audit for the year 2019-2020, marking it the 3rd consecutive clean audit report from the Auditor General. The department's entities, the HSRC, the NRF, the Academy of Science of South Africa, and TIA have all been awarded clean audits for the period under review. And as such, we must commend the DSI and its entities for good corporate and financial governance and for its responsible, efficient, and effective use of public funds, which should be emulated by entities and departments across all spheres of government. As seen through its initiatives and interventions during COVID-19, the DSI has remained committed to building a transformed, inclusive, responsive, and coherent NSI and improving its contribution to achieving the goals of the NDP. The DSI remains committed to funding innovation, which is seen through the recent awarding of a significant 4.47 billion in additional funding for the next 3 years to SANSA to develop a space infrastructure hub as part of government's Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium initiated by the President Ramaphosa. This project is part of the shovel-ready projects for economic recovery through infrastructure investment, and we must ensure that as it unfolds, that there's significant representation and intersectionality. The DSI remains committed to research development and support by awarding 2,991 bursaries to doctoral students and 8,632 bursaries to postgraduate students by the 4th quarter of 2019-2020. With the need to increase funding for access to postgraduate studies and ensure that the country builds its research capacities across demographics, the impact of the reprioritization of the budget as a result of COVID-19 in relation to funding for postgraduate studies is of great concern. It has been the stance of the ministry since the start of the 6th administration that between the two departments, higher education and science and innovation, there must be robust effort to see the upward trajectory of women academics in research and institutions of higher learning, particularly at doctoral level, in order to change the patriarchal nature of our academia and knowledge production systems. Thus, it is quintessential that we celebrate Dr. Regina Nesengani, who acts in Muvango as Vo Masindi, for being conferred her PhD in languages, linguistics, and literature with a dissertation titled Portrayal of Women Abuse Through Dialogue and Some Chibenda Dramas by Male Writers. To see more women thrive in the sector, we welcome the GBV policy framework of the department and must ensure its implementation. The higher education and training sector remains one of the most important sectors in our economy and society. It's a central pillar in our fight against the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Given the history of education as a tool used to further entrench the deliberate inequities established by our colonizers and the apartheid government, a great deal of work has had to be done in expanding and building institutions and enabling access to bringing this sector to the fore of addressing this historic bias by ensuring that all young people and all South Africans have access to higher education. Commitment to the above is evident in the 20% budget above 20% budget allocation for both higher and basic education. Thus, we must jealously guard the gains that have been made within the sector and be unsettled by that which we have not yet managed to achieve and where we have in fact perhaps failed. We must pride ourselves with the commitment to build 2 new universities in Gauteng, but also ensure that the necessary systems and processes are timelessly put in place to ensure its implementation. Given the inequities and disparities within the sector, it is on this backdrop that we continue to see young people annually raising the ongoing challenges in the sector, as witnessed currently across the country from the University of Mpumalanga, Univen, CPUT, and these matters have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Student challenges must be addressed before the need for them to be escalated into protest action. as campuses must be healthy, conducive, equipped, and sustainable environments for teaching and learning. We trust that there will be immediate negotiation and mediation with students across the country in finding resolve to the myriad of critical and valid issues they raise. Councils and institutional managements cannot be beyond reproach and must make themselves available to engage in good faith with students, and the department must play an oversight role in ensuring that these matters are resolved. The COVID-19 pandemic has been of great strain to students, staff, academics, and guardians, and so in line with the commitment of the Minister to have no student left behind, we must as a sector think of interventions to alleviate pressure from those that find themselves most vulnerable to the socio-economic impacts of the pandemic. No one must be found fallen through the cracks. As the African National Congress, we have a deepened understanding of the role that education ought to play. Thus, in line with the President's call for an activist parliament, the ANC-led portfolio committee that is led by the Honorable Phili Mapulane, who I do not think meant to offend any honorable member in this House, has been very clear in rolling out robust and progressive oversight. So those from Al Jama, perhaps they must come and sit in our committee from time to time to see that this portfolio committee led by the African National Congress under the leadership of Comrade Phili Mapulane is executing its oversight, because we have an understanding of the importance of NSFAS and the role it ought to be playing to ensuring access to higher education for the masses of young people in this country who must undo the injustices of the past of this particular country. As the sector struggles with the staggered completion of the 2020 academic year and the staggered start of the 2021 academic year, we urge all of us within the sector to be proactive and to have ongoing consultations to ensure a better transition from the one year to the next. The ANC supports this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, the motion is that the reports be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. The reports are thus agreed to. Honourable Members, please note that as announced earlier this afternoon by the Speaker, the motion of no confidence will stand over until further notice. That concludes the business of the day, and the House is adjourned.